Where's my intro? My intro didn't play. Am I live? Where's my intro? Oh, I'm on the wrong account. Darn it. Crap. Oh well, no intros or outros today, I guess. We got a Santa on the beach though. Dang it. Okay, well, I did it from my phone and I guess I accidentally did it on the wrong account. Oh well. Hey guys. My name's Debbie. Welcome to my channel. I don't know what I did. I did something wrong. Big shock, right? Oh, goodness. So, I'm sorry for the late start, you guys. I totally forgot that I had a doctor's appointment this morning. It was just a follow up because I had the thing done to my back a couple weeks ago, and everything's fine. That weird pain I was having down my leg quit. So, that was just a temporary little thing. And he said it was probably just from inflammation in the nerve from the procedure itself. It wasn't anything to worry about. Oh, I asked him about the bungee fitness class, and he goes, "What's that?" So I showed him a short on YouTube, and he goes, "I'm not a fan of exercise that's not very controlled, like free weights. It's because I have chemo brain. I'm not okay. I am getting old. Everybody's getting old, though. The minute you're born, you're getting old. Because I have chemo brain. I can never remember what account my StreamYard is on. If I don't do it from the computer, I don't remember which account to put it on. Because I've got a bazillion Google accounts for some reason. So he said it wouldn't hurt my back. But he's more worried about my shoulder. Because I have the artificial joint. He actually called it a fake shoulder. But anyway, I guess it is technically a fake shoulder. But he said if I were to land on that and dislocate it, it would be bad. So, and he's right. I didn't even think about my shoulder. It didn't even dawn on me. So, I guess bungee class is out. Dang it. Oh well. And I was like, yeah, because I'm a klutz. So, you're right. It's probably not a good idea. So, I got him to sign the form for me to get my handicap placard renewed. And then I went to the DMV to get it. And I'm standing there. I was standing still. Both feet straight. Standing still. Not moving. Not fidgeting. Not anything. Standing dead still. Aligned straight like you're supposed to be standing. And my foot turned and I fell down. And I was like, okay, no bungee class for me. I can't even stand without falling down. Bungee class is out. And of course, it's the DMV, so it's full of people. Like, oh my God, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I just lost my, they're like, did you faint? No, I just lost my balance. I'm fine. See, that's what I was thinking. But on one of the videos, there was a lady that lied about her weight, and they put her in the wrong harness, and the harness broke, and she fell. But you only fall, like, you're hanging above the floor, only this far. So if you fall, you don't have that far to fall. But if I were to fall onto the shoulder and broke the hardware in here, that would be surgery again. I don't want to have surgery again. But yeah, I'm fine. But yeah, if I can fall standing completely straight, not fidgeting, standing like I'm supposed to be standing, I was like not in a weird distorted position or anything. My ankle just went whoop and down I went. No, I don't think I'm going to do the bungee climb. Okay. So, I'm sorry about the late start, guys. I was sleeping! No! Okay, the judge was asking Dr. Deeds questions about the letters that Robert Bardo wrote. Which I know you were joking. I know you were joking, Nancy. And Marcia had just asked the doctor if he wrote in his letters about hearing voices. And the doctor read parts that weren't about hearing voices. It was about thoughts in his head. So technically, he didn't answer the question. And then the judge started asking him questions about the letters. Oh, it would help if I would share my screen. Why are you... StreamYard? Quit adding crap!
Superficial way of talking about protons, neutrons, electrons, and all the other myriad of so-called elementary particles that have been discovered since, I suppose, the 30s.
Could be, Your Honor, but
what I'm asking you is, what is psychotic about that, given that it seems to be accurate?
Getting caught up in it would be psychotic, Your Honor. He does not continue on with this theme at any length, and so I can't say he's caught up in it. But this is the sort of thing that is very troublesome to youngsters who are mentally ill. It's a curiosity to normal youngsters.
Well, would the fact that he only mentions it once in the letters indicate that that's more likely to be a curiosity than some sort of obsession in which he's caught up in?
I don't think it's an obsession, Your Honor, but the language he uses, I think, sounds like more than curiosity to me.
Read it, please, again.
How do I know if the table and paper before me is just a field of electric pulses? How am I to be sure if this is reality?
Well, isn't this the sort of thing that people his age constantly ruminate about in studying, for example, the Zen religion or philosophy, whatever you want to call it? Things like, what is the sound of one hand clapping when when a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it? Does it make a sound? Aren't these the things that intelligent people are very, very curious about?
Youngsters, intellectuals, and psychotics.
For some reason, why did that do that? For some reason, it doesn't move. I've seen other people move their picture, but I can't get it to move. It looks like it's going to move, and then it doesn't move. I don't know how to do it. I know I've seen other people move their picture, but I've got the logo. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, well, that's weird. That is weird. And now I have 3 dots up here. I have my name, but then when I click on it, it doesn't do anything. I don't know how to do it. Because if I was on my paid version that I usually use, the logo wouldn't be there. I just disappeared myself. It's all Marty's fault.
Are all interested in these themes.
All right, but how do you separate the psychotics from the intellectuals? And you did say that his IQ was grossly underestimated by the IQ test, in your opinion, on the basis of one statement like that.
One doesn't.
One doesn't. As a matter of fact, wasn't there a Bishop Berkeley, I believe in the 18th century, who thought that all of reality was a thought in the mind of God, and if you stop thinking about it, it'd be gone. People called solipsists, who were genuine philosophers, not psychotics. I'm curious.
The judge doesn't even like this guy. Now he's talking to him about his views on philosophy and religion. Because you pick on everybody else, Marty. You can dish it out, but you can't take it. We do. We love you, Marty. We love you very much. And we would be sad if you weren't here to pick on us.
As to why. What I'm concerned with, Doctor, isn't there a tendency?
Hang on. I missed Judy's trivia again. Rebecca was waiting on a script scheduled to be delivered the morning of the incident. Her plan was to audition for the role. Oh my God! Her plan was to audition for the role of Mary Corleone in Godfather 3. Mary Corleone in Godfather 3 was ultimately portrayed by Sofia Coppola, daughter of Francis Ford Coppola, who was a filmmaker in the Godfather series. And I think, I've not seen the movie, but if I recall correctly, she didn't do a great job. I think people were saying because she got the role because of nepotism and it should have gone to a better actress. Man, she would have been uber famous if she would have been in that movie. Man, she missed, not only did she lose her life, she missed her big break. Oh, Marty, don't act all innocent. You know what we're talking about.
In psychiatry, that once somebody has acquired a label, that everything they do is interpreted in terms of that label instead of under some other more ordinary interpretation.
That is a danger, Your Honor.
Right.
And the chief safeguard against it is to look for patterns of behavior rather than to focus on just single features.
Do you have any pattern of behavior on his part that has anything to do with wondering about whether physical objects in the world are real or something else?
That's the only reference to that particular issue.
All right, thank you. Proceed.
And as a matter of fact, with respect to that particular statement, Doctor, in some of the letters, doesn't the defendant refer to the fact that he shows off in school in order to get the attention of teachers and impress them to get their attention.
Yes.
So that these observations he makes here concerning the field of electrical impulses may also be an effort on his part to impress the teachers with his ability to think analytically.
Well, if it is, its juxtaposition to death threats makes one wonder about his judgment.
Well, but doctor, isn't there also a change in the handwriting between those two paragraphs?
Often.
All right. May that not indicate to you, doctor, that he got up, washed his face, had something to eat, came back, and started to write again?
That's possible.
As a matter of fact, then later on in that particular letter, he ruminates, if you will, about what would modern man do if he was put into the world of the caveman, doesn't he?
Yes.
Doesn't that also look like a young adolescent philosophizing?
Yes.
He's theorizing what might be and what is and how would things be, and that's not psychotic, is it?
No.
So partially in these letters, he's airing his emotions, and partially he's showing off his intellectual prowess, isn't he?
Perhaps that's an accurate characterization.
And he is clearly interested in science fiction, isn't he? If we read on later in the letter, Doctor. Go to the following page where he says at the bottom, I hate Mexico, Central America, and South America.
I don't see where you are.
Here we go. I hate Mexico, Central America, and South America. It would be nice to visit them if they were like Ray Bradbury's stories. I don't mean the magic of his stories, I mean the moods. He makes Mexico look good. So he is definitely a fairly well-read youngster, isn't he?
Oh, yes, that's true.
And it would appear fairly inquisitive by the nature of his letters, some of them probing, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Doctor,
And I'm sorry.
excuse me, by the way, one of his letters actually has the title of a short story. It has to do with mental illness, doesn't it?
Yes,
Diary of a Madman.
that's right.
Were you able to find any other works that he had read that had to do, either fictional or non-fictional, that had to do with mental illness, psychosis, anything like that?
I'm not aware of any.
All right. Good.
Other than the letter we earlier referred to where he admitted studying psychology. He does not refer to which book, though.
That's right.
We might infer from the way he posed it, though, that it was a textbook on psychology.
I don't know.
I believe the line was that we read earlier was, now I'm trying to study psychology.
Yes, and he said something about learning about society.
Correct. Sounds like a textbook, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound like a textbook?
It sounds like what a junior high student would think was a psychology textbook.
Might have been a real one, might it not?
Right. If I had to guess, I guess it's some introductory text.
All right, so he talks about the Ray Bradbury stories, and he makes some analogies here, and he's definitely showing off, wouldn't you say, to his teachers? Look how well read I am.
I think that's fair.
Okay. Now then he segues back into Samantha Smith. Actually, this doesn't appear to be such a big leap, Doctor, if you read it all the way through. It says he's talking about Mexico now for a period of about, let me see. He starts at the bottom of that page, goes to the top of the next page, talking about Mexico, next paragraph. I'm tired of looking at the monotonous Mexican people. I hate Arizona's desert. I hate the western U.S. if it has desert like Arizona. This is all of a thought, is it not?
Yes.
And this proceeds now into the next paragraph, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And now we go into the following, the third paragraph. When I hear that the Mexican race will become the largest minority, I get scared. I don't like them. Well, I like some of them. Visions of fat, ugly Mexican ladies scare me. Even ugly, fat Indian girls scare me. Indian girls are all ugly. I like blue-eyed, intelligent, nice American girls. That's all of a thought, and that's about 4 paragraphs long, isn't it?
Well, you can follow the thought.
Okay. There is a connection in the thinking, is there not, Doctor? This is not a flight of ideas. He's connecting one thought to another, isn't he?
In flight of ideas, the ideas are connected.
Okay, but you can see
follow them.
Can you not perceive the logical connections he's making here?
Yes.
Now, when he mentions the blue-eyed, intelligent, nice American girl, from further reference later on into the letter, you can tell he's talking about Samantha Smith, isn't he?
Right.
And then, right after he mentions the description of the girl he's attached to at that moment, Samantha Smith, he goes into a discussion of becoming famous, does he not?
Exactly.
My goal is to become an actor, singer, and successful. I would like to be the best at what I do. I would like to become famous and rich. Right now, I'm nearly poor and not famous. Tells you something, doesn't it? So he's ruminating on the fact that he's not what he wants to be, correct?
Right.
What he wants to be is rich and famous. Is that correct?
Rich, famous, out of that house, out of this situation, out of his lonely life, and into something magnificent.
Yes, all of the above, Doctor. And he associates that with his obsession with Samantha Smith. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree, Doctor, that although his targets shifted from Samantha Smith to Mrs. Morris to Rebecca Schaeffer to Debbie Gibson to Tiffany and back to Rebecca Schaeffer, his desire for fame never wavered?
I don't know that Tiffany really belongs in that list, but
Okay, you can.
apart from that, the desire that he be in their league never wavered. The desire that he be successful and prominent in his own right was always there.
As a matter of fact, if you look through all of his writings, including even his writings to Rebecca Schaeffer, his writings when he was admitted into the jail, or his statements, excuse me, when he was admitted into jail, they're all fairly consistent in his statement of desire for fame. And he says fame, does he not?
I don't know if I've seen what you're referring to as the statement when he was admitted to jail, but apart from that, they are consistent.
If I can dig that up, I will show it to you. But excluding that for the moment, you have seen that consistent theme in his writings, have you not?
Yes. Up until the time that he had what he regarded as fame, when he then said he did not want it.
Now, at the end of this letter, he indicates, you pointed to the passage where he said, the state of Maine is nice, she's nice, that must mean something. You recall that?
Yes.
He doesn't say what it means, does he, Doctor?
No, he doesn't.
And maybe he's just saying that if a nice girl lives in a nice state, maybe he can live there and be nice and happy too. That might be a plausible explanation, might it not?
Yes, I think that it's something along those lines.
Well, maybe this preoccupation with Samantha Smith and going to Maine is just escapism from a dull life where he's ignored.
Well, it is escapism from a dull life where he is ignored, but it isn't just that. Taken as a whole, this is a sick young man for whom all of these things are taken individually so, but this is not normal.
Well, leaving that aside for one moment, sir, a desire to escape a dull life where you get very little attention, you feel very ignored, is not indicative of autism, is it?
No.
It's not even indicative of psychosis, is it?
No.
So if the defendant, one of 7 children, feels ignored in a home that is very noisy and neglectful, and he's very desirous, maybe unusually desirous of fame and attention, might that not account for a lot of these behaviors that you have ascribed to him, at least as you described them from these letters?
Well, I think the hypothesis that this is narcissism, that he wants constant attention, though he isn't sick, I suppose that's the hypothesis, could account for his doing various things to seek attention, though it would be praise he would want rather than criticism or fear or disgust. And it could account for his being attracted to Samantha Smith. But I don't think it can alone account for the other complaints that come through here. And
All right.
quite a few other things.
There are, and let's address those. For a moment, I just wanted to ask you about the attachment he had to Mrs. Morris, if you will. Is it unusual for a young boy to have a crush on his teacher?
That's not unusual, no.
Okay. Can you point to any writings that show the defendant, though, had any delusional beliefs about Mrs. Morris and her feelings for him?
I don't think there's anything one could point to and say this is a delusion. I don't think it's an ordinary crush that he, upon developing the concept that she might say something negative about him behind his back, then becomes preoccupied with that thought and determines he must kill her or someone else in case maybe she'll think something ill of him. I don't think that's normal.
Well, let me ask you something, doctor. If a person comes to you and says, everybody's after me, they want to kill me, I'm being chased by the mafia, they want to kill me, and then you find out that the mafia is indeed trying to kill this person, and he's indeed chasing this person, they are not paranoid, are they?
They're not merely paranoid, but they're probably paranoid by now too.
Well, certainly someone living under those situations would be, but what I'm getting at, doctor, is that when you accurately perceive that you are in danger from a real source, you are not delusional, are you?
That's correct.
And if the defendant perceived that Mrs. Morris had criticized his brother behind his brother's back, and so feared that she would do the same to him, that is not delusional, is it?
Put that way, it's just ordinary concern of what someone important might think.
Okay. And she was very important to him, wasn't she? Wouldn't you agree?
Yes,
She was giving him the attention that he wasn't getting at home, was she not?
she was giving him more than he got at home, however much she gave him.
And he indicated that her opinion was very important to him, didn't he?
Yes,
At no time did he claim she was his wife or his lover or his girlfriend, did he?
no, just his friend.
And when he asked her for her phone number, were you aware, doctor, that he had been sent out of school and he did not have any daily contact with her?
Yes,
So requesting her phone number in order to talk to her because he couldn't see her is not an irrational thing to do under the circumstances, is it?
it's not irrational, no.
Now, after he heard Mrs. Morris make a derogatory statement about his brother Jeff, is when you start to see the evidence that he admits of hostility and wanting to kill her. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And he knows that she's going to be reading these writings, doesn't he? Or believes that? Is that your understanding?
I think he believes that she will see them, yes.
Okay. So perhaps he is using these writings to let her know that he is very upset and concerned with how she views him and wants to grab her attention in a big way to get her reassurance that she does not view him as she views his brother Jeff. Isn't that possible?
I think that's correct.
Is there anything psychotic about that?
Well, that's something that someone who's psychotic could do and someone who's not psychotic could do it.
So that behavior does not cause you in itself to believe that he is psychotic. A normal person might do this.
No, a normal person would not repetitively threaten to commit mass murders in the school, kill the mayor, kill the teacher, kill the secret someone who won't be named, but I'll give you a clue, it's Mrs. Morris. That is not normal to write about your teacher when you're 13 or 14 years old. there's something abnormal about doing that.
Well, I agree, doctor, and I don't mean to overstate my position. There is a problem with this person, but it is not necessarily psychosis.
That's right.
Is that correct? All right, you testified that the defendant exhibited symptoms of having referential thinking or delusions of reference. Do you recall?
Yes,
And as I understand it, to put it simply, that symptom is shown when someone attaches a personal significance to a completely external event. Is that correct?
yes,
Some classic examples would be if I saw a bus driver as I exit the building today. I see a bus driver signal a left turn, and I become certain that that meant that the bus driver knew where I'd been last night. Okay? Would that be an example of referential thinking?
yes,
Or if I saw a newspaper land on my front step and believed that meant that I was going to die tonight, would that be referential thinking?
yes,
Now, in these cases of referential thinking, isn't it essential that the origin of the idea be the external influence or the event? In other words, the external event generates or triggers the idea in the person.
That's not a characteristic that I recognize. It's necessary that the person perceive a connection to the external event.
Right, to himself. I think what I'm trying to get at, perhaps inartfully, is that an event occurs which generates an idea in the person of a personal nature that they were not already having.
No, not necessarily. For example, people who have delusions of a relationship with a celebrity may have the pre-existing delusion and yet think that a passing vanity plate on a car is a message from the celebrity, or that a plane flying overhead is confirmation of her unending love, or that a commercial that comes on TV is providing a message of when he's to meet her. Okay. So the theme of his delusion pre-exists the external events, which are then interpreted as having personal significance. Okay. That's the more common way.
Okay. All right, so that even if you have an idea that's pre-existing in the person, what you're talking about is an external event that all would agree is certainly of no personal significance to this person or his delusion, but which he does interpret in that manner.
The clearest examples, one could see there's no possible relationship. That's right.
Now, you testified that you felt an example of the defendant's referential thinking was his belief that by reading the postcard sent to him by Samantha Smith on the day her plane crashed, that he caused her death.
Yes, that was an example I gave.
Now, doctor, when I looked at your notes, and then your later testimony reporting the statements the defendant made to you, it would appear that what he actually said was that he looked at her postcard on the day he later heard that she died. And you did not write in your interview notes that the defendant said he felt responsible for her death. Is that your recollection of your notes, sir?
Yes. I know when I asked him that issue, it came up at a different time.
And what time was that?
I was taking a mental status examination, and I went through a whole list of different symptoms, some 80 of them, of different signs and symptoms of mental disorder. And as I went through the delusions, I asked him a sequence of questions that includes, did he have a delusion of, did he ever believe he had a relationship with someone famous? Did he ever believe that he had had to rescue another person? Did he ever believe that he had caused any newsworthy events? When I got to newsworthy events, he mentioned the Samantha Smith episode.
And what did he say?
He said he thought he'd caused her plane to crash because he'd read her postcard.
Where is reference in your notes to these questions you're referring to, sir?
They aren't in the notes.
Yet, I noticed, I mean, we have a lot of pages of notes, don't we, Dr. Dietz?
Yes.
Almost 100?
I don't know how many, but quite a few.
Quite a few. And frequently throughout those notes, sir, you quoted statements that you thought were psychiatrically significant made by this defendant.
That's right.
And nowhere in the notes then does that particular quotation appear. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
Obviously, you thought that that statement was very important, and that's why you included it in your testimony and gave it as part of the basis for your diagnosis of referential thinking. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to me why you never put down any such quotation in these copious notes to the effect that he felt responsible for the death?
Because I put it in the typed notes.
Where is it in the
I
text?
think. I mean, I tried to transcribe everything from that mental status exam onto the typed notes. You'll find a number of things in there that are not in the handwritten notes. There are two places it could be. One is at the very end, where I have a few diagnostic thoughts spelled out. And the other is where I'm discussing Samantha Smith. Yes, it's on page 34. Shall I read it to you?
Let me get to the page. Okay, go.
He reports in the final paragraph what was once known as delusional mood, the vague sense that something is wrong around him, interprets music lyrics referentially, felt responsible for Samantha Smith's death in a plane crash, and held a bouquet of distorted beliefs and extreme emotions about Rebecca Schaeffer.
But doctor, this is not a quotation from the defendant either. This is your summary.
That's right.
What I was asking, is there any statement in which you quote him as saying, I felt responsible for her death by having read the postcard that day?
No, as you know, I tried to videotape the whole thing, but wasn't able to do that.
Well, did you bring a backup tape recorder just in case?
Tape recorders are not allowed in the LA County Jail.
Did you decide then to come back? Was there some particular reason why you couldn't have said, well, scratch the interview today, I'll come back when I can get the video machine in?
Yeah, I only had 2 days or 3 days to do it in, whatever the time was, and I had to get it done.
I guess you would agree then, doctor, that although you report now having heard him make that statement to you, it is not reflected in quotations anywhere in your notes.
That's right.
Now, if in fact what the defendant said to you was simply that he had read the postcard on that day and then later learned that her plane had crashed without any statement of feeling responsible by having done that thing, that would just be an observation of coincidence, would it not?
Yes,
And that would not be indicative of referential thinking, would it?
that's right.
Now-
Aren't there a lot of people who actually believe that these things occur through natural phenomena? That perhaps not causing an airplane to crash by looking at a car, but rather that there's some connection between the airplane crashing and they're looking at a car. They looked at the car because the airplane was going to crash, or they the plane crashed because it was predetermined, and also they're looking at the card. Don't a lot of normal people believe these things?
There are a lot of people who aren't in institutions who believe those things. But if they believe such things deeply or often, then I would say that that's an indication it is not normality.
Well, what about Dr. Ryan at Duke University, who rather deeply believed in these and published on these matters? As a matter of fact, I believe that he, even in his anecdotal writings, referred to something very similar to that. Somebody who happened to look at a postcard they received from someone on the day they died and made some kind of either telekinetic or clairvoyant connection between these things. You understand, I'm not second-guessing your diagnosis or your opinion. I'm trying to separate what could be normal in this gentleman's behavior or due to an intellectual interest from the things that are truly evidence of some kind of mental disturbance. And that's why I, at least, am proceeding somewhat analytically, taking them one by one. Well, did you inquire whether he had any belief in telekinesis?
I inquired as to some particular kinds of magical beliefs. Telekinesis was not among them.
Right. But that would be an instance of telekinesis, would it not? Controlling the environment by thought?
Yes, it would,
All right.
if that were the mechanism by which he caused it.
Well, again, he doesn't express himself by the, as to the exact nature of the mechanism, but knowing what you do about so-called paranormal phenomena, wouldn't you say that's the most likely explanation if he believed he in fact caused the airplane to crash by looking at the card?
I think, knowing what I know about Mr. Bardo, that he would think of destiny as more of an explanation.
Sort of him being caused to look at the card at the same time as she fell, sort of like Leibniz's windowless monads, where God has pre-programmed the monads to act in synchrony without any causal relationship between them.
Lost me on that one, Your Honor, but I'm going to be careful about my philosopher cracks.
All right. But in other words, what you're saying now is that both things are pre-programmed so that he looks at the card at the same time she crashes, and he didn't cause the airplane to crash.
No, what he told me was that he thought he was responsible.
All right, and are we back to telekinesis?
I don't know. I don't know by what means one might think that could happen. Telekinesis is one I'm familiar with, but the ways in which the mentally ill perceive these relations may differ.
Again, I am again trying to separate those things that he may do or say that have, as you would put it, psychotic content, perhaps evidence of mental illness, from those things that may have a normal explanation. Again, because I'm concerned about everything he does being interpreted in terms of the label that has been ascribed to him, rather than some alternative explanation.
Well, again, Your Honor, the key is to see a pattern as a whole.
Don't you think if someone said, I read the postcard she sent me and then her plane crashed, so I must have caused the plane to crash because I read her postcard? Don't you think you would ask more questions? Like, how did you reading the postcard make the plane crash? Did you want the plane to crash? Did you think about the plane crashing when you read the postcard? Like, I would do some follow-up questions to try to find out, because that's what the judge is asking. Did he think it was telekinesis? That he used telekinesis to crash the plane? That's a question that the judge wants the answer to. And this dipwad didn't follow through on that thought that he had about making the plane crash. I don't think this guy knows what he's doing. I don't care how many degrees he has or how acclaimed he is. I don't think this guy really knows what he's doing.
And an accumulation of signs and symptoms rather than any particular single experience.
Absolutely, but psychotic people, even when they go down to buy a loaf of bread, they buy a loaf of bread, they know what they're doing, they pay money for it, and they do it because they're hungry. And then on a more sophisticated level of behavior, isn't it possible that some of these thoughts have a philosophical foundation, a scientific foundation, rather than a psychotic foundation? And that's what I'm trying to separate, because I wouldn't do this in a jury trial, but I have to make the decision in this case. All right? So I'm just wondering how much evidence there is that each of these individual events that he may write about or talk about are truly evidence of mental illness, or whether they are due to some interest that he might have because he's a loner and needs to occupy his time with something other than radio, such as the writings of Nikolai Gogol or Ray Bradbury or George Orwell, etc. That's what I'm concerned about in this case. All right, let me proceed. Well, let's take a
Doctor,
break. You
Let me
have
ask
a
one
question?
on this
Go
one.
ahead.
I
Then we'll
want to
take-
complete this line of questioning. Were there any writings that you saw from the defendant from 1983 through 1989, prior to your interview with him, that ever indicated he felt responsible for Samantha Smith's death?
No,
So the first evidence you have of that belief at all is the one statement to you.
correct.
I have nothing further.
Nothing further before the break, or you're
Before the
through?
break.
Oh, all right.
In case you don't know who Roy Bradbury is, he wrote a lot of very, very good books. I don't know if you could say horror genre. Kind of horror, thriller. But his most renowned work is Psycho. He wrote the book that the movie Psycho is based on. It's the adaptation for the movie Psycho was based on his book. So that tells you a lot.
Doctor, with respect to the songs now, the defendant went through some songs with you, did he not, that he thought were important to him?
Yes, although we only did one of them in any detail, and there were more he thought were important.
Okay. Did the defendant ever indicate in any of his writings prior to the murder that the lyrics of those songs were a message directing him to kill Rebecca Schaeffer?
I'm not sure. There are some writings that I gather, and I don't mean to misstate this, it's just my best information, were recovered from his home. A letter to Rebecca Schaeffer, a letter to Bono and U2 that I take it had not been mailed.
Yes.
And that letter to Bono of U2 does talk to some extent about the significance of the Joshua Tree album lyrics and talks about Rebecca Schaeffer. And I think,
Do you have a copy of that? I know which one you're talking about, Doctor. Those were the letters that were recovered from the attic of the defendant's house pursuant to search warrant on the day after the murder.
right,
Yes.
I believe I have those here now.
That's the actual exhibit you're holding?
No, Your Honor, I believe I gave the defense counsel the letters that were recovered from Mr. and Mrs. Schaeffer that Rebecca had received. Right. These were not in the attic, the ones that counsel's showing me now. It's People's 13 that I'm referring to, and probably the doctor has a copy of those. And I know them by sight, so. Although maybe the best thing to do is ask the clerk to recover People's 13. That make it easier. I know what you're referring to, Doctor. Can we talk about that for just a moment?
as soon as we find it.
You need to refresh your memory?
I think it'd be better for all
Okay.
concerned if we had the actual letters and the actual wording. Clerk is getting.
Oh, good.
I found mine.
You found yours?
Yes.
Okay, and I found one. I'll show you the original. Match it up to your copy. Okay. We're in sync.
Yes.
All right. Now, what he says actually in this letter, Doctor, and this is a letter written to Bono of the group U2, which is the group that put out the Joshua Tree tape. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. He writes and he tells them that he truly admires the album, The Joshua Tree, correct?
yes,
And that the lyrics make so much sense to me, quote unquote, correct?
yes,
I can relate to the lyrics so much. It is amazing how the lyrics match my life, end quote. What psychotic significance do you find in those words?
that's not necessarily psychotic.
Okay. What referential thinking do you see evidenced in those words?
It's not necessarily referential either.
All right. Next time he refers to their song, quote, "With or without you makes so much sense to me because she makes me feel like I'm on a bed of nails. She is an actress from TV. Her name is Rebecca Schaeffer from My Sister Sam. My Sister Sam was on CBS, but is a canceled sitcom. I can't live with her or without her. I'm only 19, yet I'm fixated on her." End quote. I'm not seeing any more reference to the song there. Is there anything that indicates referential thinking in those words, Doctor?
Not necessarily.
Next mention of a song is on the back of that page, sir. Quote, "Exit is a song to me about cold-blooded murder. I would kill Rebecca in cold blood if she became a screen whore. She's either an angel or a devil. I can't tell what she is, but I'm tripping through her wires. I know this letter is long, but I'm a loner with no one else to talk to. Perhaps you can guide me out of this darkness. This letter is chilling, yet I have to be honest to you. I look up to you morally. Perhaps you can guide me, please. This letter is cathartic for me. Thank you for just reading it. I could use your guidance." End quote. I don't see any more references to songs. What in those words indicated to you, Doctor, referential thinking?
Those don't necessarily indicate it.
So this letter does not give you evidence of referential thinking prior to the murder, correct?
No, but it's corroborative in its way of the referential thinking he reports about the significance of these lyrics. I mean, before the murder, he writes to a performer for guidance about whether to kill Rebecca Schaeffer, and does so with reference to the lyrics of songs. It's not normal to be writing it. It's not normal to be thinking of doing this. And the significance of the songs to him, I think, is apparent from this letter, which I believe corroborates it when he tells me that they were significant to him and he took personal meaning from them.
All right, well, Doctor, granted that someone who's plotting to kill a celebrity they've never met is not normal, and granted that writing a letter of this nature to another celebrity that he has not met is also not normal. But tell me where in this letter you can see evidence of referential thinking.
If I only had that letter, I wouldn't be able to see it. I would only be able to surmise that that is one of several possibilities of why he writes this letter.
Yet in this letter, what we see is him interpreting the words of these songs and saying, I understand what they mean, and I attribute this significance or this meaning to them. It's an emotional attachment in which he is saying, they sing to me, they explain what I feel. They express well what I feel. Isn't that kind of the import of these statements?
There's at least that, yes.
Okay. But there is no indication in this letter that in which he states, these songs send me a message to kill Rebecca Schaeffer. Is there?
That's right.
In fact, is there any writing that you can point to, Doctor, where the defendant makes a statement that the songs from the Joshua Tree have sent him a message to kill Rebecca Schaeffer?
No, there isn't.
Did the defendant ever tell you during your interviews that these songs were a message sent to him directing him to kill Rebecca Schaeffer?
No, the closest he came to something along those lines was when he said that the particular phrase from Exit about pistol weighing heavy was the source for his mission.
Okay, now then let's talk about that for just a minute, Doctor. In your notes, I notice that there are two references to that phrase, sir. The first reference says, on page 11 of your notes, quote, pistol weighing heavy, end quote, which I believe comes from the song, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then you wrote, without quotes, gave him his idea for the mission, quote unquote. I'll let you get to that part in your notes.
What are you doing that? That's the last letter you made reference to, the one
Yes.
I wrote to Mr. Bono, I believe, of you two. Thank you.
You found it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the words gave him his idea for are not in quotes, correct?
That's right.
Yet there are other places, many places in these rather copious notes where you do directly quote the defendant's statement to you. Isn't that correct?
Right, whenever I could get it down and thought it significant.
All right. Now, given the fact that you find, or we're trying to find evidence, let me see if I can phrase this. Strike that. Given the fact that you were attempting to determine whether there was evidence of referential thinking or psychosis in his attachment to these songs, wouldn't you think that a statement he makes to you that indicates referential thinking, particularly with respect to the interpretation of a line of a song, would merit a quotation?
If I could have got it down, I certainly would have.
But you did.
Pardon me?
But you did. Later in your notes, sir, on page 14.
Again, asked that he be allowed to finish his answer. He was in the middle of it, and then the other question came.
I thought he was done with that particular answer. Let's ask the doctor, were you finished? Is there anything more you need to say?
I don't need to, Your Honor.
All right.
We're going to get to the point. On page 14, sir, you have a lengthy quote from the defendant at that point. You have written the word exit, colon, quote, pistol weighing heavy, ... heart beating, end quote. And that's from the song, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then, after that, you wrote, not in quotes, thought that was what would happen when he first met her. Then you wrote in quotes. This comes from the defendant, I take it.
Yes.
All right. It's like, I love you, but if you're going to be some arrogant kind of person, you're no good anyway, end quote. So that was directly what the defendant said to you.
That sentence was yes.
All right. That sentence does not say to you, that song gave me the idea to kill Rebecca Schaeffer, does it?
No.
All right. Might one reasonable inference be from your earlier reference on page 11 to pistol weighing heavy, giving him the idea for the mission? Might one reasonable inference be that it simply gave him the idea to carry a gun to complete his mission?
Well, I know he'd earlier had the idea of harming her.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a possibility. What I thought he meant, what I took him to mean was that lyric gave him the idea to conceive it as a mission as opposed to something else. That the concept that this was a mission to get a gun and go there was what he was attributing to the song.
So what you thought is that perhaps pistol weighing heavy gave him kind of a military frame of mind, and so he attached the name to his desire to go and kill Rebecca of being the mission. In line with that?
I'm not even sure if that's militaristic for him. He does use a few militaristic sorts of terms like base of operations.
Right.
That's one. But then mission was also the theme of that prayer card that he'd had. So I'm not sure what the mission part of this is for him.
To the best of your knowledge, sir, does do the words "the mission" appear in that song, Exit?
No, I don't think so.
So one interpretation of the fact that we'll strike that. We don't have his exact words here about giving him his idea for the mission. Can you recall exactly what it was he said that gave you the impression that you actually did put down here?
On the
Page 11?
Page 11, he was citing me from memory, not perfectly, but in part, the lyrics to the song, and describing very rapidly, as he's wont to do when he's talking about song lyrics, the lyrics and what it meant to him. And he did this in a kind of staccato manner, quickly telling me this as if, of course, we already all know what the lyrics are and what it meant to him. So he was speaking quite rapidly. This was all I could get down out of a number of things he said about it. And the impression I had was that he was describing progressively through the song how it corresponded with his life, and that it encompassed that transition in his life from the dull work at Jack in the Box and the sense of personal despair up through this more glamorous, exciting mission to Hollywood. And that when the song reaches that crescendo where it starts talking about Pistol Way and Heavy, that to him was a transition point, a breaking free of his humdrum life.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But he was clear in saying that the mission came from that song. I didn't take that to mean that it's the only time he ever thought of harming her, or that the song commanded him to do that.
So perhaps the song, what he took from that particular phrase, Pistol Way and Heavy, could have meant that that's what caused him to term his quest to kill Rebecca Schaeffer the mission, or it could also have been meant to him that it gave him the idea to use a gun.
Yes,
Could have been either one.
that's right.
But in any case, at no time did he indicate to you that he felt these songs sent him the message that he was to go and kill Rebecca Schaeffer.
That's right.
And
Question here. Do you know whether he had read by this time the article in People magazine about the attempted killing of Teresa Saldana by Arthur Jackson?
At the time he
first talked of a mission, whenever that might be.
the only sequence I'm certain of, Your Honor, is that he knew the Joshua Tree album very well before he read that article on Jackson in People magazine.
Are you aware that Arthur Jackson also referred to his quest of Saldana as a mission?
Yes, I am.
Could have been copied.
Yes, that's possible.
One more question and I'll do it again. By the way, I'm reading, my information comes from the case of People versus Jackson in 152 Calab 3rd, 966, it's 961 at 966, where it's quoted, he believed that he was on a divine mission to kill Saldana and take her with him to the hereafter, the better life, God's kingdom. One more question. You interpreted this letter that I'm holding, which is the letter to Bono, as Mr. Bardo seeking advice as to whether or not to kill Rebecca Schaeffer. I believe that was your testimony just now, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Characterizes it as not being normal. As I read the letter, I'm a little bit puzzled. Let me read from what he labels page 2, which is actually the 3rd page, since he doesn't label the 2nd page. I know this letter is strong, but I'm a loner with no one else to talk to. Perhaps you can guide me out of this darkness. Then I believe Miss Clark read this. This letter is chilling. I have to be honest with you. I looked up to you morally. Perhaps you can guide me, please. This letter is cathartic, as he spells it with a G, for me. Thank you for reading it. I could use your guidance. I'm 19 years old and feel homicidal about love and hate. I'm too young to feel this way. please write me back and tell me what I should do. To me, as a layman reading that, it's asking advice as to how to get away from these uncomfortable feelings. That doesn't expressly ask advice as to whether he's supposed to kill Rebecca Schaeffer or not, does it? Or is there something else in the letter that I missed?
Well, only because he says, I would kill Rebecca on the preceding page.
And he does also prefaces that by saying that if he doesn't know if she's an angel or a devil, and isn't there an implication there that he would kill her if he found out she was a devil? And only then.
Okay, I have a question. Probably more suited to ask a lawyer, but this is a bench trial, right? So, do you guys think the judge has already decided? Because if it was a jury trial, forgot a word. If it was a jury trial, the defense would have already made a JOA motion. Well, in fact, they already did make a JOA motion, right? And the judge denied it. So if he denied it, he thinks that the prosecution has made enough evidence. That's not the right word, Debbie. Presented enough evidence that they've met their burden of proof. So if they've met their burden of proof, then the judge has already made up his mind, right? So he's just basically has to let the defense present their side. So why are you slowing it down by asking questions? I guess for appeals purposes, he has to go through all of them. I mean, I guess to make it a fair trial, right? To keep from it getting appealed and all that. You still have to go through everything to make it a fair trial. But yeah, he's already made up his mind. You can almost tell by the questions that he's asking the doctor.
I think it is a contingent threat in that respect.
In fact, doesn't this characterize him completely at all times, practically, that he has a dual state of mind? If she turns out to be the devil, she gets killed. If she doesn't, then we'll live happily ever after.
I think that's rather accurate, Your Honor.
All right. And doesn't he say in the same letter that he would kill her in cold blood if she became a screen whore?
Yes.
So all this is contingent. Isn't he asking for advice as to perhaps whether or not they have any information as to what she is, or how to get out of this dilemma that seems to be consuming him? He says, I'm too young to feel this way. Isn't he concerned about his feelings, this ambivalent feeling of love and hate he has for her? Again, contingent on whether she's an angel or a devil.
Yes, he is.
All right. Go ahead.
And it also shows a consciousness that his feelings are not normal or appropriate. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, this letter was never sent to Mr. Bono, was it?
No.
It was, in fact, hidden by the defendant up in the attic of his house in a...
That is mistaken the evidence. It's in arguments that Mr. Bardo hid.
Yeah, so I suppose it's an inference, but I don't think there's any evidence that he hid it.
Well,
There's evidence that some of his family tried to dispose of his possessions, including the missing diary, and equally.
I also asked the father, though, whether he put it in the attic. He indicated he did not.
All right. What about
There's no there's no reason to infer it was anyone else, let's put it that way.
Why don't you frame the question differently so that it doesn't assume that he hid it?
All right. This letter was found in an envelope, a manila envelope addressed to Rebecca Schaeffer on Sweetser in the attic of the house, along with other writings. He never sent it. You're aware of that?
I'm aware that he never sent that letter. That's right.
Is today the first time you're hearing where that letter was actually found?
No, I'd heard this previously, but I don't have it from any source of a kind they customarily rely on.
Okay.
No, I heard it from lawyers.
Not prosecutors, of course. Okay. It was recovered pursuant to search warrant, Doctor. You know that? I don't even know where it is anymore. It was recovered pursuant to search warrant, sir, in the defendant's house on the day after the murder. I think that counsel would stipulate to that.
That's my understanding.
All right. Now, there is nothing in that letter, at least, that indicates referential thinking with respect to the songs. Is that correct?
There's nothing in there standing alone. That's right.
All right. And although he makes reference to, I don't know whether Rebecca Schaeffer is an angel or a devil, when you probed that area with him during your interview, he indicated to you, it's not as though I really thought she was an angel or a devil, didn't he?
Right. I don't think he had the delusion that she was an angel or a devil.
So he was speaking in metaphorical terms, correct? In the letter.
Something of that sort.
Okay.
I don't think it was just a literary license. I think this was a genuine concern of his.
That she would become a screen porn.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to these celebrity stalkers, Doctor, they often imitate each other, don't they?
The most serious of them do. The ones who, in fact, go on to injure a public figure have uniformly borrowed in some manner upon one of their predecessors.
As a matter of fact, John Hinckley had studied Bremer, had studied Lee Harvey Oswald,
Yes.
and Chapman.
Yes.
Isn't that correct? And at the time that he made the attempt to kill President Reagan, in his, correct me if I'm wrong, in his hotel room, in his luggage, was a copy of Catcher in the Rye, was there not?
Yes.
And in this case, with the defendant, he carried a copy of Catcher in the Rye to the murder of Rebecca Schaeffer, did he not?
He did.
And he himself compared himself to John Hinckley back in 1984 before he ever heard of Rebecca Schaeffer, didn't he?
Yes.
There are many other similarities. I'm not going to get into that now, but it would not surprise you if I said to you, Doctor, I sat down and counted 30 similarities between John Hinckley and Robert Bardo. Would it?
Wouldn't surprise me at all.
In fact, it might even have been a conscious effort on this defendant's part to copy another celebrity stalker. Might it not?
Well, I don't have reason to think he was too consciously identified with Hinckley, at least not as much so as with Chapman, but it could be.
In fact, there is some evidence to support that in his letter that he wrote in school to Mr. Hickman back in 1984 when he said, I identify with or I feel like John Hinckley. Correct?
That's right.
Back to the songs for a minute. Did the defendant ever write of his belief that the songs, I'm saying write of his belief, to be clear, that the songs were written for him?
No.
Okay. Or that they were performed for him?
No.
Or that they were sung for him?
No.
And did he ever report any of those ideas to you in your interview?
No.
So, in essence, when the defendant discussed the songs with you, what he was really doing was explaining how he could relate them to feelings that he had. Correct?
At least that.
All right. Let's probe that for a moment. Let me ask you this. When you went through the lyrics of the song Exit, for example, you went through a few phrases that he, interpreted for you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. Now, with respect to him expecting you to know the lyrics, would it surprise you, Doctor, if I said there were probably thousands of teenagers out there, if not millions, who do? This being a very popular group.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
All right. So the fact that he might expect you to already know these lyrics is in itself not evidence of a serious mental disorder.
No.
All right. The defendant indicated to you that the words cut across the land he interpreted as being thinking of Rebecca as he walked to Jack in the Box each morning, cutting across a field. Is there anything referential in that thinking?
Well, maybe. In other words, it's possible for someone to, without referential thinking, believe that that song's apropos to the sensation or feeling or thought they have. It was my impression from Robert Bardo that he took it as being more significant than that, more significant than merely being apropos. In other words, many couples will have a favorite song and it makes them think of the other, and it's romantic to them and special and important to them. But I believe this goes beyond that, that song and a number of others he saw as confirmation of his destiny. And it's in that sense that I think it goes beyond ordinary experience to be something discontinuous with the experience that most humans have.
Okay, so you're talking about your interpretation as a matter of degree. And let me make it clear what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to get at is this idea about delusions of reference or referential thinking is a question of degree, is it not, Doctor?
Well, in part, you see, in a personality disorder known as schizotypal personality disorder, which could be the best diagnosis for him, ideas of reference may occur that are much like what I think Mr. Bardo has experienced. In schizophrenia, one expects more than that. One expects more fully formed delusions, more specific delusions that account for a greater part of the individual's life. And I can't put my finger on any of those with respect to Mr. Bardo. As if I could say he has a particular delusional system with these elements and spell it out, I would have done that. I can't. And yet I think that what he has experienced is at least the kind of ideas of reference that occur in schizotypal personality disorder, and maybe a shade beyond it, but I'm not certain of it.
All right. So then when you say you're not certain of it, you are saying also, sir, that it is possible that his interpretation of and attachment to these lyrics may not be psychotic in nature or may not indicate delusional or referential thinking, correct?
Well, it may not indicate delusions, but it at least indicates some degree of referential thinking.
Well, Doctor, in that sense then, aren't we all somewhat guilty of referential thinking to the extent that I may hear a song and hear a phrase and say, that's me, that's my life. I may hear a song about a wild and crazy girl who sleeps 3 hours a night, okay? And that's me, that's my song, okay? That's kind of an example of referential thinking then, isn't it?
If you have that conviction and have such experiences often, it would even be significant referential thinking. But there's a distinction between once hearing a song that you think is quite apropos and having the sense that this is often occurring to you and is dictating your destiny in some grander way, which is what Mr. Bardo indicates.
Well, the words dictating his destiny, did he ever say those to you?
No, he talked about getting his destiny from songs, hearing his destiny. He talked about destiny in other ways.
Did he ever indicate to you that these songs dictated his destiny, Doctor? I don't see a quote from him to that effect. So, I mean, are you summarizing? Is that your opinion?
Yeah, I don't recall the exact language, but he did state that his destiny was one that was conveyed to him in part through song lyrics.
Okay.
I think that's the more accurate or precise way to put it.
Well, let's go through what he actually said to you about the song. Cut across the land, thinking of Rebecca as he walked to Jack in the Box. He was, may we not interpret that as just simply saying to you, well, as I'd walk to Jack in the Box every day cutting across an open field, I think, boy, that sounds like the words to the song. That may be possible. Isn't that correct, Doctor?
There was nothing nearly that casual about his reporting of this phenomenon. I don't think it's that casual.
All right, but it is possible that at the time, when he was hearing the song, thinking of the words as he's walking to work. That was the interpretation he gave it, as he happened to be thinking about Rebecca, correct?
That's possible.
That would not be referential thinking in that case. Is that correct?
Right.
Then he says to you, deeper into black and deeper into white, refers to his emotional states. He felt it was descriptive of the way he would feel, sometimes high and sometimes low, correct?
Yes.
That is not referential thinking to the extent that he is simply saying the words of the song describe what he feels about himself.
In isolation, it isn't. None of these will be in isolation.
Howling wind refers to a desolate and lonely place. What's referential about that?
About those particular phrases, nothing. About perceiving this whole song is about you, a lot.
But he never said that he thought the song was written for him.
No, he didn't think it was written for him, performed for him, broadcast for him, and so on.
But he did feel very much identified with the song, isn't that correct? The song had great significance for him.
Yes, everything in the song had significance to him.
Doctor, is it a symbol of referential thinking when someone is very attached to a particular song and listens to it constantly and finds ways to adapt the meaning of each word to his own life? That in itself, is that an example of referential thinking?
No.
In fact, in many respects, isn't that what makes a song popular? That people can relate to it very well.
That's often true.
Okay. Now, who chose to listen to this song, Exit?
He did.
There's no report of voices commanding him to buy the Joshua Tree compact disc, are there?
No.
And the defendant selected the songs that he told you about that he was very invested in. Exit, With or Without You, those songs, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to state, Doctor, that upon listening to the songs that he chose, Exit, With or Without You, et cetera, I'm not going to say them all, you know which ones I mean. Upon listening to them, he found that A, he liked them, and B, he could relate to the words and the emotions they expressed. Would that be a fair characterization?
I don't know if he liked them all, but I'm sure he found that he could relate to them.
All right, so when he says that these songs are very important to him, isn't another equally plausible explanation for that is that he is saying they express in his mind the ideas and desires that he already had. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I'm sure to a large extent that's so.
All right.
That he attributes to the song significance about things that are his pre-existing feelings or thoughts.
All right. So that the idea to hurt or even kill Rebecca were ideas that he already had before he heard the songs.
As far as I know, that's right.
They did not command him or
Correct.
give him the idea.
That's right.
As a matter of fact, when the defendant told you that the first time he thought of coming to Los Angeles to hurt Rebecca Schaeffer was after he read the interview with her in TV Guide in May of 1987. Do you recall that statement?
Yes.
Okay. He said that article made her sound arrogant and want to hurt her. You recall that?
I recall that testimony. I recall that in my notes too. There's a discrepancy between that and my other recollections about the time sequence. So it's conceivable that I've written something down wrong at that point, but I know that's what I wrote down and that's what I understood him to be saying. Okay. The rest of what I know leads me to think it was after that first visit that he developed the purpose or intent or thought, consideration of harming her. And so I'm not positive that it was that article that led him to think that so much as the events of that first visit.
Okay. But you do recall having testified to that, and that is in your notes.
Yes.
So it's possible that he did say that to you, and he had that idea even as far back as May of 1987.
Right. It just contradicts other other things that I know about the sequence.
So you can't rule that out, but you're just not sure. Is that what you're saying?
The other things I know make me question whether I may have written down the wrong month or written that on the wrong line. He was jumping around between the different trips and what stimulated the various trips at that point when I wrote that. And I could have made an error.
Okay.
But I know by the end of the first trip, he had these thoughts.
All right. Then, well, when he made each of his 3 trips, Doctor, then we can make this much shorter. Did he ever indicate to you that it was as a result of listening to the Joshua Tree when he made any of those 3 trips?
No.
And when he had the thoughts of hurting her, whenever that was, and let's say for the sake of conservative thinking, that was after the first trip that he made when he was so disappointed at not seeing her. Did he ever indicate to you that it was a result of anything he heard in the Joshua Tree that made him think of going to hurt her?
No.
Now, Doctor, you cited as evidence of autism, one of the 4As, this defendant's poor reality testing, specifically concerning his expectations of romantic success with Rebecca Schaeffer. And I believe at that time, partially, you ascribed that to those unrealistic expectations, to his family for encouraging them and him and his attachment to Rebecca Schaeffer. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. What did you base your assertion that the defendant was receiving encouragement in his pursuit of Rebecca Schaeffer from his family?
I believe his mother told me that she thought that Rebecca Schaeffer liked him and was a girlfriend.
When did she tell you that?
In the telephone interview.
Is there any indication that you have that she actively encouraged her son to go and find and try to date Rebecca Schaeffer?
Only that she and her husband drove him to the bus station, knowing that's where he was going.
Well, but the father at least indicates, and I think it was in an interview with Tucson Police Department, perhaps also with Los Angeles Police Department, that he did not know who Robert Bardo was going to see, especially on that last trip. And that, as a matter of fact, he testified frequently. He didn't know who he was going to see, just that he was going to Los Angeles or New York or what have you.
Objection, I believe that the evidence is part of the testimony of Mr. Bardo. I believe his testimony was that he did believe that Robert Bardo trips were concerning Rebecca Schaeffer.
I think I recall that.
You know,
What do we ask? What do we ask without assuming that was the fact?
Let me take it a step farther, Doctor. You don't have to review that. I can approach this another way. From the fact that they would take him to the bus station, perhaps knowing that he was going to the city where a celebrity lived, from that alone you infer that they were encouraging his pursuit of a dating relationship with her?
No, I infer it from the fact that he's living in the same household, watching every episode of My Sister Sam 5-10 times, keeping a complete collection of videotapes, showing her picture and to those who are interested, speaking openly about the interest, making periodic trips to Los Angeles, talking about this special relationship, and that the family doesn't say, you know, maybe we ought to do something about our mentally ill son who's become obsessed with a celebrity.
Doctor, what
That's-
do you know? I'm sorry.
That's step one, that they fail to do what ought to be done when a mentally ill family member is focused so pathologically on someone.
But Doctor, first of all, what reason do you have to believe that the defendant's parents, first of all, even believed him to be seriously mentally ill?
I don't think they believe that that's the problem,
I
but he
agree.
was.
I agree that they did not believe that. There's no doubt. What reason do you have to believe, Doctor, that they knew he was obsessively watching the show My Sister Sam?
Well, I think they'd have to be pretty.
In the early 90s, I taped every episode of The X-Files. It came on Sunday nights. I worked every other Sunday. I worked at a nursing home, and I had a giant med cart that I pushed down the hall, and I gave medicine to people. And I would, in between giving people their medicine, I would run back into the TV room and watch X-Files. And then during the commercial, I would run back out and give a couple people their medicine. And then I would run back into the TV room and watch the X-Files, even though I was taping it at home in case I missed part of it at work. I was in love with David Duchovny. I was like 25 years old. I didn't kill him. Was I obsessed with the X-Files? Yes. I did not kill David Duchovny. I did not drive or fly or whatever out to, well, then I think they were filming in Canada, and then they came to Los Angeles. I did not go out there, and I was mad when he got married, but I didn't go kill him. Just because you're obsessed with a TV show and an actor does not mean that you're mentally ill. Oh, Judy, I'm so sorry. I will pray for him. Poor guy. Yeah, there is a big difference. You can be obsessed with something. And when I found out, I didn't know it back then that I had ADHD. When you have ADHD, I guess, is that considered a mental illness? Maybe I am mentally ill. When you have ADHD, you can't hold your attention on things, but you can hyper focus on things. So if it's something that you really like, you can hyper focus. So I guess at the time, X-Files was my hyper focus thing. So I guess my hyper focus thing now is Disney, because I talk about Disney all the time. I don't know.
Neglectful not to know what it was he was doing all that time in his room, and why he had all these videotapes, and why he became so enraged when Mother was going to have the TV access taken out of his room, and why he talked about Rebecca Schaeffer, and why he had so much interest in her.
Well, Doctor, there's a few assumptions you make there. Number one, he watched this show, from what we can tell anyway, on his own, sometimes alone in his room, or maybe even alone in the living room. How do you know that the family ever saw him doing it? How do you know that?
I don't know that for a fact, but I do know for a fact that the father was aware of his interest in Rebecca Schaeffer, and so was the mother.
What evidence is there back in 1986, 87, 88, 89 that they knew?
Well, the only evidence is that they say so. Mother says so, father says so, Arlene says so, and Robert says so.
Whoa.
But apart from that, I don't have any evidence.
When? When did they tell you that?
Afterwards, they had no reason to record it in any documents until after the murder.
Tell me what you're referring to that indicates that mother, father, and Arlene said so.
With respect to Arlene, it's in her interview with the police that Robert had told her of his interest in this actress on My Sister Sam.
Okay, now
But
wait.
she didn't know the name.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but I need to handle this piecemeal to be effective here. So she indicated to you that she knew that Robert Bardo was interested in an actress in Los Angeles that was in some sitcom, and she didn't know her name.
Not to me, to the police.
Right, I'm sorry. Yes,
right?
that's correct.
Yes.
Is there anything in that statement that leads you to understand that she understood that he was obsessively watching her show and repeatedly going to Los Angeles to find her?
No.
Okay. With respect to the mother, what statement do you have from her that indicates that she understood the defendant was obsessively watching her show and repeatedly going to Los Angeles to find Rebecca Schaeffer?
Not that, only that he had the girlfriend, Rebecca Schaeffer, who was an actress who liked him.
And that might have been something that the defendant told her, correct?
I don't know what he may have told her.
You don't know where she might have gotten that idea.
One of the things that goes calls for speculation on the part of what is in the mind or what was the information received by Mrs. Bardo.
Your question was, you don't know where she got that idea. That can be answered yes or no.
The question that was framed around the question, could she have gotten that from Robert Bardo?
He interviewed the mother, Your Honor, how,
My objection went to
trying
that.
to find out how he makes the assertion that he does, and I assume he'll tell me if he knows.
You know that?
All I know is what I said, that those members of the family were aware of his interest in Rebecca Schaeffer.
And now I'm kind of probe, why do you believe that? So the mother made a report to you in 1991, September of 1991, that she believed Rebecca Schaeffer was a girlfriend of the defendant's and that she had been an actress, correct?
He's a psychiatrist with a lot of degrees and board certification, and I don't know what all else. He was in the, dang, I know we've seen him before. Was it Betty Broderick or Spectre? I don't remember. But we saw him in another trial, and we didn't like him in that trial either. He's not as irritating in this trial. Broderick, okay. He's not as irritating in this trial, but he's not going to agree with Marcia on anything. And that's what happens when you've got a paid expert. Like when you've got a witness that is just a regular person and they're not a paid expert, they'll go ahead and agree with the other side. If they ask a question that's true, they'll, would you agree with me? And they will say yes. Oh, both? He was in both trials? But no, this guy's not going to do it. He's going to push back. He's even reworded her answer as if he's disagreeing with her, but no, it's been the same thing. He's driving me crazy. But it's not been as bad as it was in the other trial we saw him in. Whichever one, or both. I don't know. But yeah, we don't like this guy. He's full of himself.
And that she liked him, yes.
And that she liked him. You have had reason to doubt Mr. Bardo's mother's mental stability.
Yes.
You have not made a diagnosis, of course, but you have some cause for concern about her mental stability. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Is there any indication, other than that statement to you in September of 1991, that she actively knew of his obsession in watching the show repeatedly and making trips to Los Angeles to see Rebecca Schaeffer?
No.
Is there any indication that Robert Bardo's father knew that he obsessively watched the show and repeatedly made trips to Los Angeles to find Rebecca Schaeffer?
Not about obsessively watching the show, but traveling to see Rebecca Schaeffer. I think there's some indication the father knew. He certainly knew it on the final occasion.
Now, are you aware, sir, that while he testified in court that he knew that the defendant was going to see Rebecca Schaeffer on that last occasion, he had told the police the day after the murder that he did not know why he was going to Los Angeles and did not know it was to see Rebecca Schaeffer. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Are you also aware that, if my memory serves me correctly, when he did testify, he indicated there were times the defendant would make trips to New York and Los Angeles when he did not know who the defendant was going to see?
Yes.
So it is entirely possible that even on that last trip, the father did not know he was going to see Rebecca Schaeffer. Isn't that possible?
Well, there are 3 different versions that I'm familiar with, the 2 you mentioned and a third, and yes, it's possible he didn't know.
Okay. So there is some conflict as to whether or not the family was truly even aware of the obsessive attachment he had for Rebecca Schaeffer. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Then primarily, sir, do you base your assertion on the fact that the family encouraged him in his pursuit of Rebecca Schaeffer on the defendant's report to you?
No, not even that. It would be more accurate to say it was a misstatement on my part than to say it's something he told me. What I meant by that statement was that this family, in failing to do what families should do, covertly encouraged him to do as he did. That is, they failed to recognize his mental illness even when mental health professionals told them so and tried to make it salient and important to them. They failed to pay even a normal amount of attention to him that would have looked at what are his interests, what's he spend his time doing, why is he always in his room, what's he doing in there, why doesn't he have any friends, why doesn't he have a date, what's he doing with his life. And with a mentally ill family member, one would want to do at least that and know what's on his mind. And by failing to do those things, they give him, as it were, permission, license to continue. And by mother thinking that this is a real relationship, she fails to do what parents should do, which is to set the limits even on perceptions of reality and say, no, she's not your girlfriend. No, she doesn't like you. You don't know that she likes you.
Well, in fact, so we know that the defendant's home, from all that we can tell at this point, he did not receive a great deal of attention. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
He was very much a recluse and secluded in his room. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
He had very limited interaction with his other family members. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So the fact that they were unaware of his obsessive attachment is no surprise. Is that a fair statement too?
That's right.
Okay. So by saying that they encouraged him in his pursuit of Rebecca Schaeffer, then your testimony is that it was an encouragement by failing to discourage him. Is that what you're saying?
That would have been a better way to put it.
All right. Okay. Did you ever find any evidence that the mother had any beliefs concerning Robert Bardo and Rebecca Schaeffer prior to the murder?
I have nothing on record from before the murder.
All we have is her statement to you 2.5 years later, 2 and 3 months later.
Yes.
So we have no evidence that there was actually active encouragement given to the defendant, saying, go see her, go for it, go do it, along those lines.
No, there's no evidence of that.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, if we refer back to that letter, the letter from January 26th of 1984, I'll show you my copy. The line that I referred you to earlier, referring to Samantha Smith. People tell me to forget about her. There is some indication then that there was discouragement coming from somewhere about his unrealistic attachments, correct?
To Samantha Smith, yes.
All right. There may have been some that are unreported concerning Rebecca Schaeffer as well, may there not?
Jackson calls it speculation.
The question answers itself.
And it does. In which case you don't have to.
Thank you.
Okay. Have you testified that you reviewed the letters written by this defendant to Rebecca Schaeffer?
The ones that I've been provided, yes.
I brought some more originals down, but you were given copies, were you not?
Yes, and I believe of everything.
Now, in those letters that you reviewed, sir, the defendant repeatedly makes reference to himself as a fan of hers, does he not?
Yes, he does.
At no time does he claim to be your husband, does he?
Correct.
Or boyfriend,
That's right.
or lover?
Right.
And in fact, no matter what we may believe at this time about his secret hopes or desires, there is no letter in which he makes an outright proposal of marriage. Is that correct?
Right.
Nor does he even ever make any overt sexual propositions to her in these letters, does he?
Certainly not.
They're rather remarkably platonic in nature, aren't they, Doctor?
Yes, as is always so with these cases.
Yes, that is not an uncommon thing, is it?
There's a remarkable discrepancy between those who write obscene or overtly sexual letters and those who develop misapprehensions, distorted perceptions, or delusions about a loving relationship.
And what has your research shown you about the correlation between those who make overt sexual propositions and make overt delusional statements versus those who do not in terms of their likelihood to approach or attack?
Those who make overtly sexual propositions at a level that could be called obscene are significantly less likely to approach.
So the fact that this defendant did not make any overtly sexual propositions or overtly delusional statements concerning his relationship with Rebecca Schaeffer, in your research indicates he was more likely to approach or perhaps attack her than the type of writer that does make those references.
I'm sorry, we got into some other areas with that question.
Not intentionally.
Okay, what we've studied is the roles in which the letter writer casts the celebrity, the roles in which the letter writer casts him or herself, and also, separately from that, various kinds of delusions. And by and large, we found that the types of delusions had no significant relationship to approach, and that roles, in a few instances, did bear a significant relationship to approach. Some roles did, most did not.
With respect to roles where you found the writers cast themselves as just fans and not boyfriends or lovers or husbands, did you find in your research that had any significance in terms of their likelihood to approach or attack?
No relationship.
So those who were delusional in their beliefs concerning their present relationship with the celebrity were no longer more likely to approach than those who were at least apparently non-delusional.
Well, no, that's not right. We didn't have a variable that has a delusion about relationship with celebrity. We studied many types of delusions. We also studied many types of perceived roles, which are often dictated by delusions, but not always. Some of those perceived roles were significant.
I may just be being imprecise. Let me say,
It's convenient time, or do you want to finish that question?
yes, if I can just finish this question, that'd be great, thank you. What I'm trying to say, Doctor, is when a writer casts himself in the role of just a fan versus casting himself in a more apparently delusional role of being a lover or husband, is there anything your research has told you about the difference between the likelihood of approach between those two types?
Not unless there's also mention of wanting to marry or have sex with or have children with.
I'm upset.
I'm sorry to give you such a technical, limited answer, but
No, that's okay. All right. So if you find that in addition, you would find them more or less likely to approach.
if there's a desire for having children, having sex, or marrying, that would lessen the risk of approach. If the recipient's a Hollywood celebrity, that would increase it if it's a political figure.
Would you like me to stop here?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we'll be in recess until, let's try for 10:30 tomorrow. The calendar's lighter than it was today.
That's insane.
I had asked you yesterday to go through the defendant's school letters after his hospitalization. And did you have an opportunity to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any other statements that say literally voices? I hear voices telling me to kill.
None that say that, no.
Did you see any other statements questioning the reality of objects in front of him, like the one that we were referring to yesterday in the January 26, 1984 letter?
No.
Now, in the writings that were found in the attic of the defendant's house, I'm going to show them to you again, just so that you know which ones I mean when I say that. Excuse me. In it, I'm just going to describe for the record what you should find.
Would you
There should be-
identify for the record the number of the
People's 13 year old son. In it, you should find 2 letters to Rebecca Schaeffer, 1 letter to Bono of U2,
Yes.
okay, so far so good.
Yeah, it looks like there might be 3 greetings to Rebecca Schaeffer, but perhaps it's only on 2 letters.
One looks uncompleted, perhaps. The one you're looking at appears to be a complete letter.
Yes, that's one that's complete. Here's another that looks complete. And then there's a third that seems incomplete.
Okay, so you have 2 complete and 1 incomplete letter to Rebecca Schaeffer. You have the letter that starts Dear Arlene.
Correct.
You have a page that has
I made up my mind.
numbers
This is
on it,
over with.
70 point something, 30 bullets, 70 bus, and a line like for addition with 140 under it, correct?
Right.
Okay, and then behind that you have a list written in a different color ink pertaining to November 19th.
Yes.
And I removed from that envelope also, Doctor, the list that starts with things for gun and bullets, scratch serial number.
Right.
Okay. And then also a page that I believe you did discuss with the defendant, which is a diagram that appears to be of a female form with X's encircled.
Correct.
Okay. So that's what came from the attic.
I don't know.
I mean, that's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I know you weren't there. You're holding in your hand then the letter to Rebecca Schaeffer at this moment, correct?
Yes,
Now, you have reviewed all of those writings, have you not, sir?
I have.
Okay. Do you see any mention in those writings of hearing voices?
I don't recollect any. I'd have to read them again to see if there might be one, but I don't recall any.
And in the letter to Arlene, is there any mention of hearing voices?
No, there isn't.
And to your knowledge, in his discussions with Dr. Stolberg, did the defendant mention hearing any voices?
I have no knowledge of that discussion except what the defendant told me.
Okay, and he did not report to you that he said he heard voices to Dr. Stolberg?
That's right.
So, other than the Tucson Psychiatric Institute report, we hear no further mention from the defendant about hearing voices until he is in jail after the murder of Rebecca Schaeffer. Is that correct?
Between Tucson Psychiatric and jail, I'm not aware of any others.
Okay. Now, with respect to the letters that you reviewed, I'm sorry, Doc, let me get this out. We'll go back. With respect to the letters that you reviewed, which you are informed were received by Rebecca Schaeffer, do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, although I may not always be able to make the distinction between the ones received and the ones from the attic because of the way they came to me.
I'm going to mark an envelope here, Your Honor, collectively as people's defense. That's easier. Defense. I can't remember the last people's number. What's the defense?
I believe it's I.
I? Okay, H. Collectively, defendants H. And at this time, I would also like to mark a letter enclosed in a manila envelope that was sent to Triad, postmarked May 5th, 1989. Counsel has a copy of this. I'm showing you the original this time. And
We'll mark that I.
let's mark this on. Okay. First, Doctor, I will show you defendant's H. What I'd like for you to do, sir, is look at those letters and tell me if you recognize them as being the originals of the copies you were earlier furnished by counsel.
We need a correction. Apparently, the H should be re-lettered I and I should be J.
All right. The letter to Triad will be J. The letters that we have marked as the ones recovered that had been received by Rebecca Schaeffer will be I. I'll mark it. Don't worry about that. Have you seen these letters, sir?
There's one of them I confirm already that I've seen, and this is from Triad.
I don't know.
That's what you say this is?
No, I have the letter from Triad, sir. These are all letters that she received that were recovered, let me make it more clear to you, that were recovered from either her parents or her grandparents, as opposed to from a talent agency. So these all came.
Are we still talking about I and J now? That all.
Right now, what I've just described as being the ones that were recovered from either the parents or grandparents were collectively now I. I haven't shown you the letter to Triad yet.
I'm not even sure. We have seen.
This one I've seen, the second one.
Okay. I'm going to mark this envelope on you.
Right, so both the letters that I see in here, I have seen.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll just leave these in front of you for now so you can refer to them if you need to rather than go through your stacks of copies. Can you tell me, sir, in any of those letters, do you ever see any proposal made by him to Rebecca Schaeffer other than that they either meet and talk or just correspond?
And those two letters, or all of the letters to her?
Well, we'll start with those two letters.
I don't know what you would characterize as a proposal, but he does express the most ominous possible intention, which is to come to LA and meet her.
All right.
And he also expresses what it is he wants in some grander way, but he doesn't propose marriage or propose to harm her, if that's the question.
What do you mean by propose what he wants in some grander way?
He makes plain through what else he writes how intense his concern for her is.
Are you talking about in a letter to her?
Sure.
And tell me what you're referring to exactly, sir.
The entire letter.
Which letter is that?
Every letter, actually. But I'm referring right here to the two that were in this exhibit.
Okay, let's look at those for a minute. And you tell me what it is you see in terms of a grander purpose.
Which one would you like to start with?
Whichever one. Okay, we're on the same one. Go ahead.
All right.
We're starting for the record with a letter that begins, "Dear Rebecca, my name is Robert Bardo, a teenager from Tucson, Arizona," and this original letter has a number 32 in a circle at the top right-hand corner.
First, he says that he watches her show all the time. That's an indication that he's interested in her. Then he says, "I'm a pepper, you're a pepper," which is reference to a song showing interest in entertainment products. Then he refers to American Werewolf in London, also a reference to an entertainment product, a film. I don't know what the reference to David Naughton is, but then he goes on, "Nanu, Nanu." That is a reference to the Robin Williams line from the show that Pam Dawber was in, and that's significant because Pam Dawber is now Rebecca Schaeffer's co-star at the time he's writing this. So it's a reference to the significance of her past and her relationships to him. He even goes on to say so, that this is about co-star Pam Dawber. And then he offers us as evidence to prove that he does watch her show in case she would doubt it. He reports that he wrote to her before in October of 1986 and thanks her for responding to the letter. There's no date on this letter, so I don't know what that tells us about duration. But if it's received more than a year later, it tells us something significant about duration as well. He goes on to say that in the earlier letter, in the letter I stated, "If you can recall, I would like to like God or whatever and take people's pain away." I'm sorry, "I'd like to be like God or whatever and take people's pain away." For him to think that she might remember what he wrote in an earlier letter, whether it was a week ago or a year ago, is an indication of an unrealistic expectation about his importance to her. In the next sentence, he says, "In my letter, I spoke of peace too. Somehow either I wrote it wrong or you read my letter too fast. It was misinterpreted." He goes on to disagree with that. So he's engaging her or trying to engage her in a commentary about a single sentence, which to him was significant in former correspondence, but which to her is unlikely to be. It's an unrealistic expectation.
Excuse me, so let me interpose just one question here. It would appear from the defendant's conversation with you, sir, that she made a specific response to that line about wanting to be like God and take other people's pain away in the postcard she sent to him.
Right.
Which had indicated to him, probably correctly, that she read his letter and had some response that she wanted to indicate to him about that. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So when he is writing back to her and trying to explain what he meant to correct what he believes to be her misunderstanding of him, that is not unrealistic, is it? He's trying to correct what he believes is a misapprehension on her part because she's given him a response to his letter. Isn't that correct?
He is. In other words, that response, as often happens, encouraged his attachment to her and expectation that he was going to be able to further this relationship.
Well, I understand
That's
that, sir,
the
but
problem.
Excuse me, I'd like to hear Dr. Deet's complete answer.
I'm sorry, I thought.
His quest for her was inappropriate from the start. His writing to her, as he did in the first instance, was inappropriate and recognizably inappropriate. Each of these letters is recognizably inappropriate. Once receiving a response from a stranger, one does then feel entitled to write again and correct a misapprehension. But that's not all he's doing here. He's expecting her to recall the dialogue as if this is the only person she corresponds with or one of the few. When in fact, he's one of a great many people writing.
I understand what you're saying, Doctor. You're saying that his hopes and his plans and his beliefs about what could occur in the future were unrealistic and inappropriate. What I'm asking is whether in any of these letters, sir, you can perceive a proposal that is direct, that they do anything more than meet and talk or just correspond. I'm not asking for an interpretation of the ominous portent of some of these letters, which I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, is there in any of those letters a proposal to do anything more by him to her than meet and talk or simply correspond?
He doesn't overtly propose more than singing a song to her, becoming one with her, being together with her forever, having her know who she is, being in love together,
He doesn't.
and things along those. Yes, he does. He proposes all those in the letters as a whole.
No, you're talking about interpreting the meaning and the portent of them. I'm asking you whether there are words that say what you have just said.
Sure there are,
Tell me
but
what.
they're not going to be identical words. I've paraphrased. The only way I can do this whole thing is
Go ahead.
you've interrupted an interruption. I'll try to do the best I can to.
Let's not argue, either one of you. She's asking what the express language is. I'm interested in hearing it also.
I am going to interject an objection, Your Honor, which I've done from time to time, because what's occurring is that in each question that's being posed by Ms. Clark, Dr. Dietz attempts to answer it, but before he's finished, he then interposes another question. And rather
I
than...
agree that that's happening, but right now I think the doctor's being unresponsive. She's asking what the express language is, and she has done that. Her original questions triggering all this asked for the express language. What I think I'm hearing, not having seen the letters, is conclusionary language from the doctor, and I think she wants express language.
Well, Your Honor, with all due respect, the question prior to that was, in any of these letters, can you perceive a proposal that they do more than meet, talk, and or correspond? To that question, he was responding, and then she interjected before he was finished, what is the express language? And I think it's important that he be allowed to answer the first question so that the second question is not taken out of context.
Your Honor,
That's my objection.
With my question. I did not ask if the doctor could perceive the portent of these letters. I asked if the defendant proposed any of these things in any of the letters.
Let's play jury trial for a while and read back the question.
Which question, Your Honor?
The prior one to this.
That is a good question.
What did you refer to?
The first question that started talking about the possibility of proposals other than that they meet and talk.
I believe the question starts with any of the letters.
Question what I'm asking is whether in any of these letters, sir, you can perceive a proposal that is direct, that they do anything more than meet and talk or just correspond.
Yeah,
A
that,
proposal that is direct.
excuse me, Your Honor.
Just a minute.
Let's let the reporter finish reading. You done?
Okay,
I
that is,
thought you asked for time.
No, but
Oh, just to get the paper back, I see.
so my original objection was that,
I think we're dealing in semantics here.
okay,
She said that is direct, and by that she meant a literal proposal to do something other than. So there's just a misunderstanding.
okay, my only request is that Dr. Dietz be allowed to answer each specific question she asked before she cuts him off. That's
I
all I'm
agree with you, except that in her opinion, and it's a reasonable opinion, as is yours, the question wasn't being answered.
Well,
Okay?
Fine.
And I believe that your opinion is just as reasonable as hers. I think the question was a hair ambiguous, and but what she meant by direct is not the same thing that you and the doctor perceived that she meant. So,
Let me begin all over again. Doctor, my question to you is whether in any of the letters that you have seen that the defendant sent to Rebecca Schaeffer, whether it is to her home, whether it was recovered by her parents or grandparents, or whether it was sent to a talent agency, in any of those letters, do you find an overt, direct, literal proposal by him to do anything more than meet and talk or correspond?
Would an expression of "I want to" count as a proposal?
It could. Is there one?
Yes, he says he'd like to sing a song to her.
And that occurs in which letter?
Same one where he's talking about the Beatles. While I'm looking for that one, I found some other things that I think are responsive, in which he asks her to remember him.
Can you read the entire line, Doctor?
Please remember the name Robert Bardo, because one day I'll be singing on stage, and you know I'd love to give free tickets.
Okay, is that an overt proposal that they date?
No,
Is that an overt proposal that they engage in a sexual relationship?
certainly not that.
That is really simply the defendant indicating to Rebecca Schaeffer that in someday he will be famous and he too can give out free tickets like her show does.
Simply, yes, it's simply that.
All right. Is there any other reference?
He proposes to tell her a secret that he can only share with her.
And what is that secret?
The secret is that when he first saw her on My Sister Sam, he was moved to write a song expressing how much he loves her.
Except, could you please read the words that he says in the letter, sir?
Yes, I would like to tell you something here which I could bring up to no one else except you. I would like to tell you something with painful honesty that means so much to me. For you to understand, I underline you to make sure you are the one reading this, not any fan letter assistant. That would make me feel bad. When I first saw you on a commercial promoting My Sister Sam, saying you'd rather be a rock and roller rather than a senator or whatever, it inspired a song. I'm aspiring to be a singer-songwriter. The song is copyrighted, for I believe it is that good. I don't usually go through the trouble of that, so it must be good, I hope. Here it is, a gift to you, no obligation. Love and Song of the World. Love and of simple things, I'll care for you, or I'll care for nothing at all. We need to find our world if it'll hurl. We can live day to day peacefully, unlike the tears and fears of yesterday. When my world looks sad, I look to you and see it isn't so bad. Love and of special things, I'll care for you, or I'll care for nothing. If there's a peaceful world we find, the trees could grow peacefully so we could breathe and sing the song of our world. And maybe, just maybe, it could be the song of the world. That song changed my life.
So So that song is a song, that's a song that he wrote to her, is that correct?
Yes,
And it's a song that he said that she inspired.
yes.
And in it, he does not say, "Oh, I love you, Rebecca." Correct?
He doesn't use those words, no.
And in it, he does seem to refer to himself as a fan, at least to the extent that he says, "I'll be very upset if some fan letter assistant is reading this," correct?
He knows that that's a possibility, and he sees himself as being more than just one of the fans.
He hopes to be more than just one of the fans, isn't that correct?
At least that, yes.
Okay. And he is aware of the possibility, as evinced in that letter, that she may not even be reading this personally. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
Which is fairly realistic, isn't it? That she may not be. His fear that she may not be reading this letter personally, isn't
yes.
that? Now, there are a couple of letters that may be of the most recent origin that we have. I'm going to direct your attention to a letter that was recovered from the attic. I'm going to show you my copy of it. See if you recognize this. This is my copy I'm showing you now.
The other question I shouldn't finish.
I thought you did.
No, there are dozens of things he proposes and wants and says he wants.
Oh, are there other things that you wanted to point out to me, Doctor? There were other things you wanted to point out?
If the question is what he proposes or wants, there are quite a few, yes.
Well, let me go back to what I'm trying to get at here and see if,
Well, I'm going to do some objection again. Her last question, which prompted this recent answer, was in any of these letters, and she referred to all of them, the ones found in the attic, the ones sent or provided by the Schaeffers, and she included entire content and numbers of the letters. Did you find a direct overt proposal? And I believe that Dr. Dietz was merely addressing a few of those letters, and I would ask the court to allow him to finish.
Let me ask the prosecutor a question. Is the area that you're getting to what the doctor testified to yesterday, that if in the letters a person who is communicating with a celebrity is perceived as just a fan without any proposals for marriage, sex, or having children, that they're less likely to approach? Or are you don't have to tell me, or are you going to something else?
I'm going to something else.
All right,
The
fine.
approach factor.
Then let's let him answer the question as to whether there's anything.
What I want to make sure of, Your Honor, if I may, is that we are not going to go back into interpretations. I want to make sure that the answer is directed to whether there is an overt
The
proposal.
question, as clarified, has to do with overt proposals. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Overt literal proposals.
Correct.
All right. With that in mind, I'll allow the doctor to answer.
Well, there are a number of overt expressions of what he wants or hopes, but there are, with respect to concrete proposals, only the proposal to meet her, to come to Los Angeles and meet with her, and the hope to someday sing to her.
Where's the hope to someday sing to her? Is that the one you earlier referred to?
No, I haven't referred you to it yet, but that's a literal statement. It's on page 2 of the same letter I was just quoting from. I think your number 78. Third paragraph says, I want to be a singer/songwriter so I could maybe one day sing a song to you for what you inspired.
Okay. Without belaboring the point then, you would agree that there is no overt language
Without
in
belaboring
which
my
he
point.
proposes marriage, sexual union or cohabitation in any of these letters.
Oh, that's correct.
All right. Now, the letter that I'd like to refer you to, Doctor, is one of the letters that was recovered from the attic. If you want, you look at the original, Doctor, and I'll look at my copy, because I want to ask you a couple of questions about this letter. This comes from Exhibit Peoples 13, Your Honor. You remember testifying, Doctor, that the defendant told you he'd written some letters to Rebecca Schaeffer after he had her home address on Sweetser, and that he mailed those letters to her home on Sweetser but got no response.
I don't recall precisely what he said. I know he wrote to her after having the address. I don't recall whether he mailed those or not.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory, Doctor. I'm referring you to the transcript number, volume number 2, page 128. And the highlighted portion that I'm pointing to now.
It does not say that he mailed them.
Might want to, let me read the statement out loud so the court is aware of what we're referring to. Your testimony was, he did write to her at 120 North Sweetser after he obtained that address, but he never received an answer to those letters.
Right.
Might want to infer from your statement then that he had mailed them.
I simply don't recall. I mean, he told me one or the other because I asked, and I just don't remember which. I may be able to determine that from interview notes.
Okay. Perhaps you can do that over the noon hour to assure yourself. For the moment, may we assume that he did mail them, and then you'll correct me if that's wrong.
Well, I would just ask that is an important question, and the answer is important to counsel, that he be allowed then to review his notes now to determine that.
If the assumption is wrong, then it can all be corrected. I think this is like a hypothetical question. Since the doctor is the one who asked the question and doesn't remember what the response was, I think we can proceed that way. And when we get the response with some accuracy, we can. I certainly am not going to be misled by something that's later corrected.
That's fine.
Nor is the record, so, all right.
You have a letter in front of you. You're reading it, Doctor?
One of the letters found in the attic, yes.
All right. And that's the one that I just handed you? I just want to make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Yes.
All right. Now, Doctor, this letter was among the other items you'd looked at that was recovered inside a manila envelope addressed to Rebecca Schaeffer at 120 North Sweetser. The one that you're holding was recovered from the attic.
I haven't seen the envelope or how it was addressed.
This is the envelope in which it was recovered, Doctor. This is part of People's 13, a manila envelope bearing the address of Rebecca Schaeffer at 120 North Sweetser, apartment number 4.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you look at the content of that letter, Doctor, at the second paragraph, it says, I wrote you in 1986.
Yes.
And you sent me a postcard calling it the nicest and most real letter you ever received. Then again, I'm sure you threw that letter away and just forgot about me. Yet I haven't forgotten you. I sent a lot of letters to Triad for you, but you don't respond. Well, I wonder why. I'm, quote, just a fan, end quote, right? But, ... you don't care. But, ... I do, end quote. You reading that?
Yes.
Now, might we agree, first of all, that this appears to be a letter written, one of the last ones that he wrote to her, by his reference to the earlier letters?
It's hard to know because he also says in here that this is his second letter to her, which doesn't make any sense.
Let me see if I can clarify that. May we deduce from that, Doctor, that what he means is this is his second letter to her and her home?
That could be.
Okay. And given the fact that it was recovered inside a manila envelope that was addressed to her home, this might also give us further support for that deduction.
Yes.
And he refers to other letters that were sent to her at Triad as opposed to her, and that might give us even further indications that that might be a correct deduction.
Yes.
Doctor. Now, in this letter, Doctor, the defendant does not claim to be her lover or her boyfriend or her husband, correct?
He never claimed to be her boyfriend or her husband or her lover.
And certainly not in this letter either.
No.
And in this letter, like the others that you've just discussed, you don't see any direct sexual proposal or proposal of any sexual union or cohabitation, do you?
Sex, marriage, no.
In fact, he refers to himself as just a fan, quote unquote, doesn't he?
In quotation marks.
And he also says that he is sure that she threw his letter away and just forgot about him, doesn't he?
Well, he says that that's one of the possibilities. He gives two alternatives.
Where's the alternative in that statement, Doctor?
In the preceding paragraph where he says, please read my first one that I mailed in June of this year.
Now, given what we have talked about, he may indeed be referring to the first letter that he wrote to her home address, correct?
That could be.
Okay. So when he says, I'm sure that you threw that letter away, he's talking about the first one he wrote to her in 1986, isn't he?
Yes, but he begins a sentence with then again. In other words, what he writes in this paragraph is, I wrote you in 1986 and you sent me a postcard calling it the nicest and most real letter you ever received. Then again, I'm sure you threw that letter away and just forgot about me.
In other words, despite the fact that she responded to him in a personal fashion, he is certain by now that it wasn't sincere and she forgot about him and probably threw it away. Isn't that a fair reading of that statement?
That's one fair reading.
What is the other fair reading, Doctor?
That he's hoping that she was sincere in saying that it was important to her, which of course would have led her to keep it. But then again, she threw it away. I take the phrase then again to mean in the alternative.
Now, the closing salutation in this letter does not say, you have it there in front of you?
I have the closing.
All right. It does not say love and kisses, I love you, or love always, does it?
No, it says it hurts to be ignored.
In light of all that's happened, a fairly ominous statement, would you say?
I don't have any research base for saying that, if that's what you mean to be asking.
No, I don't. I've actually just talking about it as a practical matter. It hurts to be ignored. In light of all that happened after that letter, kind of sounds like he's feeling rejected and upset, and perhaps that's a precursor to a formulation of a plan to kill. That's what I meant.
Oh, in retrospect, it sounds ominous, yes.
But in terms of a salutation, in terms of a closing remark, he just puts his name after he makes that statement, doesn't he?
That's
An
right.
address. Now let me refer you to the letter that I've just marked as defendant's I. Okay, let me put this back so we don't get confused. This is the original. You can see the manila envelope, sir?
Yes,
Okay. And on the front of it, it's addressed to Rebecca Schaeffer, care of Triad.
right.
And the postmark is Tucson, Arizona, May 5th, 1989.
That's right.
Now I'm retrieving the letter from inside this envelope. I'm going to let you look at it and you tell me if you've seen it or not.
As far as I can determine, I have not seen this one. That is, I don't find my copy of the same letter. I put those letters together.
While you're reading that, can I see the last letter that was referred to, the one with the closing remarks?
The one that says, "Don't snub me, please, it hurts to be ignored." Is that the one you want?
Now, I've read this before,
Yes.
but I wanted to look at some language.
I've read it.
Let me begin with the first page. In the second paragraph, it begins with the opening line introducing himself, correct?
Yes.
In fact, Doctor, all of his letters to Rebecca Schaeffer begin with the introduction, roughly. I'm Robert Bardo from Tucson, Arizona. I'm 19 years old. A general description of himself, don't they?
Yes.
And in this second paragraph, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the line that says, beginning with this paragraph, I've written you many times. I don't know if you read the bulk of my letters or throw them away or what. I don't want you to think I'm bothering you. I hope you're understanding. Read on.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that paragraph, he again expresses the doubt as to whether or not she's reading his letters, or keeps them if she does read them, or forgets all about him, correct?
Yes.
And he fears that she might feel that he's bothering her by writing her.
Right.
On the next page, Doctor, let me draw your attention towards the bottom of the page. I just write you hoping that you can accept a fellow like me as a fan of yours, just a fan. You saw that line?
I saw that line.
All right. So he is trying to assure her that his motives are appropriate by that statement. Would you agree?
Yes, I think that's the effort.
His hopes and dreams may be otherwise, but he is certainly trying to convey the image to her that he just wants to be a fan. Would you agree with that?
Right, a fan who needs permission to be a fan.
Yes, yes. He's very obsequious, isn't he, in this letter?
Yes.
With respect to those kind of statements. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now let me draw your attention to the page. It's the closing page, the last page of the letter. At the top of that page, he says, I was wondering if you could write me a letter back. I know you're busy. Just a postcard will do. I don't mean to bother you. And then signed, a fan, Robert Bardo. P.S. Please write me. I'm sending a self-addressed stamped envelope to make it easier for you. Please, thank you. You see those lines?
Yes.
Now those lines reveal that whatever he hoped for in the future, he realized that in present time, all he could represent himself to be and hope to be at the moment was a fan. Correct?
Correct.
So wouldn't you agree, Doctor, that whatever he hoped for in the future with respect to Rebecca Schaeffer, in the present time, he knew he was just a fan? Would you agree with that?
No.
What do you see in his writings that leads you to believe that he thinks there is an ongoing present romantic relationship with Rebecca Schaeffer?
I don't think he believes that there is a reciprocated romantic relationship with Rebecca Schaeffer.
Okay.
I don't think he ever believed that she reciprocated that affection. I think he saw himself as a suitor.
In other words, he felt the love himself, but realized that it was unrequited.
That there hadn't been a basis yet for it to be requited. He hadn't yet impressed her sufficiently, made her sufficiently aware of him. He wanted the first date.
He was desiring that things would happen in the future as a result of his feelings for her, but he did not believe that in the present time she had those feelings in response to him.
That's right.
Let me ask a question. This letter we're talking about now, was this written, if you know, after some letters that were more intense in his expression of her feeling for her?
I don't in fact know your
myself clear. In other words, was this letter written after some one or more letters that were more ambitious in terms of expressing his desire for her, etc.?
I don't have the benefit of dates on the letters because
I don't either. This one doesn't.
But I didn't even have the envelopes, which carry dates in some instances. So it's difficult for me to know the sequence. This is the most emotionally neutral of the letters that I recollect, and I do not believe it to be the first or the last letters.
All right, so the first letter, the one she responded to, was considerably more intense than this one, was it not?
There does not appear to be any copy of the one she responded to, which was the very first.
Doesn't he relate what the content of that letter was in his interviews?
He relates completely the content of her response,
What
but
about
not
the letter
his letter to
that he
her.
sent at all? He made no reference to that?
Only that he wrote to her about world peace. But the rest of what he may have written in that one, he did not say.
Could you identify any letter that was written before the one definitely that you're holding there that was more intense in terms of his expressing his relation to her? Or his desired relation, I should say.
I know there must be one because there is a copy of a postmark from February 87, but I don't know what letter it went with. So there must be a letter somebody recovered with it.
Do you know if this letter you're looking at now was written after his visit to the studio where he was met by Mr. Egger?
I believe this letter that we've just discussed was written before that visit.
Before that visit?
Shortly before that visit. But I'm not positive of that. It was later that month, I think, that he made that trip.
Could this letter be a backing off of expression of desire, etc., in the hopes that in a more neutral letter she would respond?
That's my interpretation.
That's your interpretation?
Because we've often seen letter writers try different tacks in their effort to get a response.
So do you see this letter as the defendant trying a different tack so that he can get a response?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Might it also be down here that he took a different tack in this letter in order to disarm her so that she would not perhaps be alarmed and call the police or notify authorities?
It could be. He's done that elsewhere.
He talked to you about that in the interview, didn't he, when he reflected on the writings he had done to himself, saying, "I'm going to kill you, bitch, I'm going to kill you," and was cautious not to send those because she would call the police?
That's right.
In any case, Doctor, so when the defendant spoke to you of romance with respect to Rebecca Schaeffer, he was conveying to you what he hoped and dreamed of doing in the future, not what he believed existed in the present, in terms of her response to him.
There was a romance to him, but he did not believe that she had responded. He harbored that hope and, at times, that expectation.
then what he is telling you is he hoped and dreamed that sometime in the future she would feel for him as he felt for her.
He did hope and dream that, and he also expected that on some occasions, because he certainly didn't uniformly expect this, but on some occasions he expected to be able to make her acquaintance and to date her and to make her see that he was attractive and witty and to do certain nice romantic things with her.
In fact, to the best of my recollection, the most explicit he ever got in terms of what he hoped for was a letter, in terms of his writings, Doctor, was a letter that he sent to Robert Cleves, I believe, where he described his fantasy, and I'm quoting from him, fantasy, that they would have a romantic candlelit dinner and walk hand in hand on the beach. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that was, in his writings, as direct and explicit as he got in terms of directly expressing what he hoped would occur with Rebecca Schaeffer?
I think that's a fair statement.
And you're aware that that writing was done almost 2 years after the murder?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, on just a practical level, wouldn't you agree that it's a fairly common theme in books and movies to see the class nerd achieve the impossible when he overcomes all obstacles to date the most popular girl, the cheerleader?
Yes.
And in the Hinckley case, sir, isn't it true that you found it very significant to point out that the defendant behaved very politely with Ms. Foster and stated that his behavior showed his, quote, understanding of the social nuance of the situation, end quote?
Yes.
And I think you specifically cited in that case what you called his, quote unquote, awareness that he could expect nothing from Jodie Foster based on a poem he wrote in which he stated that, quote, even a phone call seems to be asking too much, end quote. You found that awareness to be indicative of good reality testing in that case, did you not?
Yes.
Now, as we've gone through in the defendant's letters with respect to explicit requests that he makes of her, he requests even less than a phone call. He simply requests some response, and in some cases even encloses self-addressed envelopes to make it easier for her. Correct?
That's right.
And in some of these letters, as we pointed out, the defendant theorizes that she doesn't remember him, probably threw his letters away, maybe doesn't even read them herself. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to those fears that he had, that she doesn't read the letters herself, doesn't remember him, throws the letters away, those are fairly realistic fears, are they not?
Yes, they are.
Now, in the Hinckley case, sir, isn't it true that you found that there was no evidence of a delusional relationship where he first became attracted to her, to Jodie Foster, through films, thought she was attractive, a good person, but basically knew, despite the letters and phone calls expressing desire for union with her, indeed expressing the belief that union was his sole salvation, that she was unattainable?
Yes.
And you did not find that Hinckley had the fixed false beliefs indicative of delusion in that case, did you?
Toward Jodie Foster, that's correct.
You only found that he had unrealistic hopes that you said were characteristic of a dreamer. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that is not a manifestation of serious mental disorder, is it, Doctor?
To be a dreamer and hope for more than one can achieve? No.
Now, Doctor, can you really say that this defendant's dreams, if we concede that in fact he was dreaming of romance at that time, as opposed to now, are so unrealistic in this day and age when an ex-convict construction worker can marry Elizabeth Taylor? I mean, it happens, doesn't it? That's a strange circumstance, wouldn't you say?
I don't know that gentleman's background, but if that's the case, I'd say it is, yes.
And in fact, isn't it true that this defendant's choice of Rebecca Schaeffer was actually the most realistic one he could make if, as he says, he viewed celebrities as his peer group, because after all, she was not yet a big star. Isn't that true?
Sorry, he viewed celebrities as his peer group?
He did make that statement to you, recall that? In one of the videotaped interviews. That's not essential to the question, but then let me rephrase it so we don't have to go back to those notes, and I'll see if I can find it again. His choice, the defendant's choice of Rebecca Schaeffer, is not so unrealistic, given the fact that she was not yet a megastar like Julia Roberts or Madonna. Isn't that correct? When you compare fixations.
It is not a bizarre or impossible hope, but it is a very unrealistic hope.
Okay. But wouldn't you agree that, have you ever seen the My Sister Sam series?
No,
Have you read anything about Rebecca Schaeffer in the course of your reviews in this case?
a little.
All right. Did you read that 17 magazine interview that the defendant had referred to reading back in 1987?
Yes,
All right. Wouldn't you agree from what you've read in that article, and probably what the defendant has told you too, sir, that she was exactly the kind of sweet young girl next door who appears to be eminently accessible?
precisely.
All right. And didn't the defendant himself tell you that the primary aspect that drew him to her was her apparent accessibility?
Yes, he did.
The defendant didn't aspire to Jacqueline Bisset or Julia Roberts or Madonna, did he?
No,
All of whom, wouldn't you agree, would appear to be much farther out of reach than a fledgling star like Rebecca Schaeffer.
yes.
Now, isn't it also true, Doctor, that during his interviews with you, the defendant, as we earlier indicated, never indicated that he believed Rebecca Schaeffer loved him?
Correct.
All right. And he also told you during your interviews that one of the reasons he wanted to return the second time, did not want to return the second time, is that he did not want to be, quote, a pesky little fan, end quote.
Correct.
Now, that description of himself does not sound at all like someone who believes in the existence of a romantic relationship at that time. Isn't that correct?
He never believed that she reciprocated his interest.
Okay. Isn't it also true that when you asked him on the second day of your interviewing what he thought Rebecca Schaeffer thought of him, he said, "I don't think she even knew about me"?
That's right.
Now, that does not sound like someone with a delusional belief in the present time about their relationship, does it?
It doesn't sound like somebody who has a delusion of what she thinks of him, because he didn't.
Okay. Now, you also testified that the defendant said Rebecca Schaeffer was being unfaithful to him, but I noticed that your notes do not put that statement in quotations. I'll refer you to your page of your notes, 31. Bottom paragraph. Thought Rebecca Schaeffer was unfaithful to him, and then it goes into quotes. Fucking around, being a little whore. Correct?
Yes.
Unfaithful to him were not his words. Is that correct?
I don't believe that they were his words.
As a matter of fact, Doctor, at some
Dr. finishes answer, I wasn't sure about
I
that.
have no idea. Did you finish?
Right later on our she said the chairman.
It's a total response or not, I have no idea. Go ahead.
Right, those were not his words.
All right. Might we actually infer, Doctor, based on other statements that he had made to you, that he was fearful that she would not be faithful to her image of the sweet, innocent Patty Russell?
Yes.
Isn't that seems to be more the explanation than that he felt she was unfaithful to him personally?
That's right.
In the sense of a lover.
Yes, I agree.
Now, you also testified, Doctor, that the defendant told you he felt God would appoint him to punish Rebecca Schaeffer if she became a scream whore back in 1987 and 88. I'm looking at page 30 of your notes. The bottom paragraph, sir, quote, he feared she would turn into a, quote, screen whore, end quote, even before the shooting. Expected this in Scenes from Class Struggle. If she was a whore, God was going to appoint me to punish her. Taught this in 1987-88. Correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you questioned him quite a bit about that statement, did you not?
I don't know. I did talk to him about it.
All right. During that interview session alone, after he made that statement, you went back and asked him about it twice more, according to your notes. And then again on the second day of interview. Does that sound like a fair estimation?
Yes.
All right. But at no time, Doctor, did his response ever appear to adopt the suggestion that he felt God had appointed him to punish Rebecca Schaeffer. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, it is.
And in fact, when he told you that he had written the letters to Rebecca Schaeffer in 1989 that he never sent, the one saying, "I'm going to kill you, bitch," he never said that he wrote, "God appointed me to kill you," in those letters.
I doubt that he did, and to my knowledge, he didn't.
He didn't tell you that he did that either, is what
That's
I'm
right.
saying. All right. And when you asked him what the mission was, referring to the letter that he wrote to his sister Arlene, he told you the mission was to see Rebecca Schaeffer and see if she was arrogant, and if she was, how he planned to kill her, didn't he?
Yes.
All right. He said nothing about God during that explanation, did he?
No.
Now, Doctor, he told you, did he not, that during the time prior to the murder, he was not particularly religious?
That's right. He had a spiritual sense about him, but he described it as a vague sense of God and didn't really focus on any church affiliation until later.
Okay. Later being, he told you that since he's been in jail, he's become very interested in Christianity and the prison ministries, correct?
That's right.
And in that vein, he told you that he'd written to a television evangelist named Morris Cirillo,
Yes.
and he was very upset because Cirillo turned the letter over to the police.
Right.
All right. You read that letter, did you not?
Yes.
All right. So that indicates, at least in some respect, that although he has certain definite religious inclinations now, he did not possess them back at the time of the murder.
I think that's right.
All right. In the defendant's letter to his sister Arlene, he spoke of destiny and he spoke of his mission also, did he not?
Yes.
And in that letter, may it not be reasonably inferred, Doctor, that when he speaks of destiny and the mission, he is speaking of murder? Isn't that a fair?
That's how I read it.
Okay. And he didn't mention anything in that letter about God appointing him to do anything, did he?
No.
Now, in light of the fact that he had aligned and identified himself with assassins previously, and we've discussed that yesterday, and before, in fact, he'd ever heard of Rebecca Schaeffer, correct?
Yes.
The destiny that he may really have had in mind was to become famous by killing a celebrity, regardless of whether it was Rebecca Schaeffer or not. Might that not be inferred from all that you've studied and all that you've seen in this case thus far?
That is a possibility, and it's one that at a time when I knew less about the subject, I would have thought was the leading hypothesis of what was going on. I've since come to learn that it's not quite that simple, but that there can be that aspect of it, that those who don't believe they can find fame, prominence, power, celebrity through achievement and the socially approved means may turn to particular kinds of crimes as a means of achieving that. I don't think that was nearly as salient for Mr. Bardo as it has been for some other people who've killed public figures, but it probably plays a part because that theme of fame is in the writings from an early time.
And it's fairly...
How would you compare that motivation in Bardo with the motivation in Hinckley?
I think that was much more overtly an issue for Hinckley, who told me that he got what he was going for there and that fame was a big part of it.
Wasn't this, as I recall, fame to impress Jodie Foster?
That was the audience he was most interested in, but he also wanted his parents to know that he could do something. They had photographs, or rather portraits on the wall of their other son and their daughter, but none of him, and he said that he would be able to get his picture on the cover of Time this way. He made Newsweek.
Do you think that if Rebecca Schaeffer had been killed in an automobile accident instead of the way she was, that it would have focused on another celebrity?
Eventually, I think he would have, yes, Your Honor.
Do you think some of the same things could have occurred with respect to the other celebrity that occurred in this case?
It would depend on a lot of circumstances, but I think the same pattern of pursuit would have occurred as long as he was young enough to be doing it.
I realize that we haven't identified a potential celebrity, but would you, considering what you know about the case, expect the same pattern of rejection that occurred in this case?
He would do it until someone rejected him. That is, it's inevitable that there won't be as much or the kind of response that he would hope for. And so it is in fact destined to be an unfulfilled longing.
All right.
And would you agree, Doctor, that on some level the defendant recognized that as well?
I think that's right, and I think that speaks in part to what I've described as instances of his ambivalence, in which he comes very close to what he believes he wants and then backs away, or when he backs away, wishes he could return. Because part of the fear is that there will be a rejection of which will end the fantasy of something pleasant happening. Better to live with a good fantasy. Excuse me.
Interpret this kind of ambivalence as a psychotic symptom or a symptom of schizophrenia in Bloyler's sense of the 4 A's, do you?
Well, not as much as I interpret it as being really the mechanism of splitting. I think the defense mechanism of splitting provides a more apt overall description of it. But it also involves ambivalence of being unable to make up his mind, unable to decide, being of two minds simultaneously.
Well, wouldn't that be the case of any normal person? Let's say we're talking about an attractive person with a PhD in something or other who is interested in a celebrity. And this person is also very successful with women as opposed to how the defendant is. Don't you think that anybody who approaches a celebrity for the purpose of getting close to them in an amorous way would have the same ambivalence, the hesitation at ringing the doorbell, hesitation at talking to them, perhaps even decide it would be better to go for a drink than confront that problem at this time?
Normal people will have passing thoughts and maybe even go for a drink. What they won't do is stand for 4 hours and then go across the street just at the moment that they could catch a glimpse of her. They might decide not to stop the car, not to take action, but they're not going to disappear just at the moment they could see her. Nor are they going to fly out to LA for a meeting and dash home 24 hours later.
Well, that depends on exactly who they are. Couldn't they get cold feet and decide that this is not the right time, do it some other time?
Sure, any of these things in isolation, most of them could happen with a normal person.
The fact is, in 1989, the defendant did not go for a drink, did he?
In '89, there was an occasion when he did not.
All right. When we take the noon recess, 1:30, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Doctor, to wrap up the previous questioning I was going through concerning the writings that the defendant had sent and the ones he had not sent to Rebecca Schaeffer, let me ask you this question. Is there anything in the writings that we've reviewed and that you've reviewed, that is, the letters written to Rebecca Schaeffer that were lodged with her family, the letters in the attic, or the letters sent to her agencies, that objectively demonstrates any overt delusional thought process with respect to his relationship with Rebecca Schaeffer?
There are things in the letters that bear on what he thought of her, but there's nothing that in itself indicates a delusion toward her, and certainly no delusion that she had any special relationship to him.
Now, to pick up where we sort of where we left off, based on the research that you've done, sir, it's fairly common to see these celebrity stalkers switch targets. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in this defendant's statement, when he said he forgot about Rebecca Schaeffer in 1988 and began to focus on Debbie Gibson and Tiffany, do you see evidence that he too meets that criteria?
I think that had certain events turned out differently and given him reason to continue his pursuit of Debbie Gibson, that she might have become the next person to whom he behaved this way with persistent pursuit. It did not look like whatever is necessary to make that switch final occurred, because it was a short fling, as it were, toward Debbie Gibson. Tiffany, I think, was much less significant to him.
Much less effort devoted towards that as well, towards Tiffany.
Yes, he just went to Phoenix, a much shorter distance, to a public appearance,
Right.
and greatly enjoyed what took place there. But I don't think he had much pre-existing concern for her.
Okay. Now, Debbie Gibson, that's an interesting topic, sir. The defendant, in fact, it would appear, the defendant, in fact, seems to have appeared to have begun to stalk her in 1988 when he traveled to New York and took planes and taxis at what must have been, I guess, considerable expense to find her home in Long Island. Do you recall that?
I recall it, and I would use the word stalk there, but there is some ambiguity as to what that word means.
Pursuit. Shall we say pursuit?
He certainly pursued her, yes.
Okay. Now, that was a lot of effort that he put into that venture, considering that he didn't even have her address at the time. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And that effort was unsuccessful.
With respect to finding her, it was.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. And nevertheless, while he was on that trip, it's at that point that he went to the Dakotas, visited the Dakotas, which is the scene of the murder of John Lennon. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
In fact, in his interview with you, as I recall, he even remembered the address of the Dakotas. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you recall that he told Los Angeles police that he'd gone there to check out the security arrangements at the Dakota?
Yes.
Did you ask him to explain why he did that?
No, I didn't have that at the time I interviewed him. I got that document later.
But that's a kind of interesting statement he made, isn't it?
Yes.
You recall that he told you he found the apartment to be very dingy and very ordinary with respect to the Dakotas,
Yes, that was his first trip to New York.
where there are many dingy places, are there not?
Many.
So it would seem that he noticed that there were no security obstacles at that particular scene as well, then, when you put together what he told you and he told the police.
Yes.
Now, that trip to the Dakotas, given what he told Los Angeles police about checking out the security measures, might also be further evidence of his fascination with assassins, would it not?
I think it is, yes.
Are you aware also that the defendant stated he expected to shoot, when he told you that he expected to shoot through the security at Rebecca Schaeffer's apartment, that you were the first person he ever said that to?
Am I aware? Is that how the question began?
I think it did.
No, I didn't know if he'd ever said that to anyone else.
Okay. If you review the statement to Tucson Police Department and to Los Angeles Police Department, it appears that even, and take into account also, okay, the letter to Robert Cleves, there was no other person to whom he said that he would shoot through, he would take the gun with him to shoot through security to get to Rebecca Schaeffer. That would mean that you were the first one he ever said that to, would it not?
I don't know what he may have said to other people, but I haven't seen it referred to anyplace else in the documents I've had.
All right. Did you confront him? Let me back up a second. At the time that you interviewed him, had you looked at the statement that he made to Tucson Police?
Yes.
Okay. Had you looked at the letter he wrote to Robert Cleves?
Yes.
And you perceived that in those two statements, there was no mention of taking the gun for the purpose of shooting through the security at her building?
That's right.
Did you ask him to explain why he was telling you, as far as you could tell, the first time, that he was taking the gun for the purpose of shooting through security at her building, where he hadn't said that before?
No, I didn't.
And then he told you about...
That's the question. Doctor, he went to see Debbie Gibson and the place where John Lennon was killed on the same trip. Were you aware of that when you questioned him?
I became aware of it while I questioned him.
Did you ask him if there was any connection in the two purposes for his visit?
I didn't, because I assumed a connection. It didn't.
You assumed that him visiting the scene of Mr. Lennon's assassination, if I might call it that, and see Debbie Gibson, that there was a connection there?
A connection in the same way that Hinckley visited Ford's Theater in one of its trips to Washington.
Is that where Lincoln was shot?
Yes. In other words, it's something that would be of interest to him. The two highlights of New York for him were Debbie Gibson and the scene of the Lennon shooting.
Well, I take it by connection you mean that he had something in mind with respect to Debbie Gibson at that time that was in terms of violence or possible violence?
No.
What is the connection then?
The connection is...
What you assumed?
Oh, I assume the connection was that he knows himself to be in pursuit of celebrities, and he knows of a handful of other people who've done that, including Chapman, whom he sees as like himself in some ways.
Well, wouldn't it be important to know whether or not he had any thoughts, no matter how fleeting or contingent, about killing Debbie Gibson when he went to New York?
It would, and that I did inquire about.
And what did he say?
He said he just wanted to see where she lived and maybe get her autograph.
But that doesn't seem to me. Did you make any connection between that and Lennon when you asked the question?
I did, in that that's what Chapman said to Lennon. He asked for his autograph the first time he saw him that day, and later returned and shot him. In other words, in interviewing Mr. Bardo, I took with me an understanding of what would be of interest to him, in the same way that it would not strike me as odd if a musician visited New York and stopped at certain music-related things. Of course he would. And
This isn't just a visit to John Lennon that Mr. Chapman made. He killed him.
that's right.
All right. Did you ask Mr. Bardo whether he had any thoughts about killing Debbie Gibson at that time?
At any time, and he did not.
He said he did not.
He said he didn't ever think of killing her because she wasn't of nearly the same degree of interest to him.
Yet he connected the place where John Lennon was killed with his visit to Debbie Gibson, other than them just being in the same city.
Those were the two purposes of his trip.
Doctor, I asked you whether you asked him if there was any connection between the two motives for the trip.
No, I didn't.
Well, you said that you assumed there was a connection. What did you mean by that?
That his life has two aspects. There's cleaning things at Jack in the Box and living in this household he can't stand and staying in his room. And then there is the pursuit of public figures, his big life, his glamorous life, his exciting life.
But why, of all the manifold celebrities that exist in New York, did he choose, instead of going to the place where perhaps, I presume that Irving Berlin, for example, was still alive at that time. I'm pretty sure he was. Instead of going to Irving Berlin's house, he happens to go to a place where someone was killed.
Well, as to why the Dakota, as a pursuer of public figures who identified with Chapman, that's a landmark. You see, what he didn't know is that there are thousands of people pursuing public figures. He only knows a few. He knows Hinckley, he knows Chapman, he knows Jackson, and he knows Bardo. And he identified with Chapman. And so there are only so many people like himself he can look into.
He identified with Chapman, somebody who pursued somebody and successfully killed him. Is that correct?
Yes.
He didn't identify much with Hinckley, you said, who failed in his pursuit.
Not,
Didn't identify with Arthur Jackson, who failed in his pursuit much.
he didn't identify as much with Hinckley at this stage in the late 80s. Earlier he had, and he didn't really identify with Jackson. He saw himself as very different from Jackson, though he learned from him.
All right. Proceed.
He told you he went to, we were just talking about the concert that he went to to watch Tiffany that was in Phoenix, Arizona in 1988 also, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And he mentioned twice, as I saw it on the videotape with you, that he looked all around at the security guarding her, did he not?
He mentioned that to me, yes.
Did you ever ask him why he was so interested in her security?
I thought he passingly brushed it off. And I took him to be, the answer is no, I didn't.
Okay.
Sorry.
You just didn't think it was worth pursuing then based on the way you perceived his answer?
Right.
That's, okay. But let me ask it then from this point of view, Doctor. Might his failure to find Debbie Gibson and his observation of all the security around Tiffany not indicate to you that he gave up on them, not because of his love of Rebecca Schaeffer, as much as it was that he found on his observations that they were truly inaccessible? Is that clear?
It was clear. I don't think so, because I think the big distinction was that Rebecca Schaeffer had written to him as Samantha Smith had. I think that's the largest reason that he attached so adhesively to her, and that he already had reason to think she was inaccessible. That is, the rebuff at Warner Brothers had been at least as much an index of inaccessibility as what he saw at Tiffany's concert.
So he did have one positive reinforcement of his expectations or hopes, in that she did write back to him in a personal way initially, correct?
Yes.
But then all the events that transpired after that definitely gave him cause to believe that she was indeed remote, was indeed inaccessible.
Should have, and in some ways did. On the other hand, he continued to see her as seeming accessible in what he didn't realize were illusory publicity materials.
So that, Doctor, over a period of time, you can see in his letters that he did indeed realize the very great likelihood that she threw his letters away and didn't remember him, but continued to hope that she would.
Yes, and that even if she didn't, he'd find a way to bring himself to her attention so that she would.
And the fact that he repeatedly introduced himself in every letter he wrote and reintroduced himself, Robert Bardo from Tucson, does indicate, at least give you some basis to believe, that he did not expect her to remember him.
That's right.
Now, in your testimony, you pointed to the incident in July 1987 when the defendant said he stood outside the studio waiting for Rebecca Schaeffer when he was armed with a knife, and that when the taping ended, people came out, he suddenly developed that inexplicable thirst. Do you recall that?
That was July of 87.
Yes, July of 87. If I didn't say that, that's what I meant. Okay. You analogized that. You indicated to us when you spoke to him, you explained that you had seen a similar phenomenon in Ralph Now. And you were describing this facet of ambivalence, correct?
Yes.
The incident that you referred to, sir, with respect to Ralph Now, was that a real-life incident? Did that really occur?
Yes, it did.
And can you tell me, sir, what event that was? What was Ralph Now attending at the time?
Well, there are multiple instances, but the particular one that I had in mind was some kind of public appearance.
By whom?
There's something that I'd prefer not to disclose in too much detail publicly. I don't know that because I'm not certain of the status of the information.
Well, let me ask you, it was some appearance by a public figure in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And it was a public appearance by a female singer in Los Angeles?
Yes.
And at that public appearance, it was a concert hall, is that what you said?
I'm not sure exactly what the venue was, but it was some kind of performance venue.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, you testified that you recognized what you called the keynote of this defendant's persona, that of ambivalence, in part because your research had shown that same trait in others you'd studied, notably Ralph Now in this instance.
That's the example I used.
Okay. Now, with respect to that, Doctor, having seen that instance of ambivalence in the case of Ralph Now, which was the one you used in this particular instance, you were able to quickly detect that same signpost in this defendant in his planned attack in July of 87, correct?
I thought that illustrated that point, yes.
And in your opinion, that ambivalence that you believe was present and accounted for the defendant's failure to attack Rebecca Schaeffer in July of 1987 was equally present in July of 1989.
Well, let me first, correct the premise. It wasn't just his failure to attack, it was his failure to even stay and watch. He did none of the things that he was there to do. See her, stop the car, and if she rejected him or was arrogant to him, more precisely, if she was mean to him, is what he told me, to stab her. He didn't do any of those. He didn't even stay and actually watch her. Now, that same capacity for ambivalence was there when he returned, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, I think that is what I'm asking. Okay, so you do see an analogy between the two instances of July 89 and July 87. There's some correlation between them.
I do. I think that's part of the reason that he's asking people on the street if she really lives there, because it's too good to be true that he might really be so close to her house. But then it couldn't be her house because it doesn't look like any apartments in Phoenix. Of course, all he had to do was go up to the door and read the name. But instead, he's asking people on the street.
Now, I want to ask you something, Doctor, about the Ralph Now incident. You are fairly familiar with that incident, are you not?
I have a clear recollection of the story as it came to me. I don't.
And the story as
Don't
it
know
came
the-
to you came from Gavin DeBecker?
It came from Ralph's letters.
Okay. And those were collected by Gavin DeBecker, were they not?
Yes.
And that was one of the cases that you studied in the Department of Justice project, wasn't it?
In part through that, yes.
Okay. In fact, did you work with Gavin DeBecker on the Ralph Now case?
Yes.
All right. Now, with respect to your testimony concerning what you related to the defendant in the course of your interview, I believe you stated that Ralph Now had traveled the world to be there at that concert?
He had traveled the world looking for her and had saved up his money to be at that concert.
All right. So you are not testifying then that at that particular concert in Los Angeles, Ralph Now had traveled the world at that moment to see her, are you?
No, in fact, he moved into the vicinity and was saving up money to go to it while he lived in the back of a veterinary clinic.
Okay. He was living in LA at the time, was he not?
Yes,
In fact, he had been for about 3 years.
that's right.
And then you indicated that he waited outside to see her and inexplicably went inside to take his seat and missed her. In fact, Doctor, isn't it true that he was not standing by the celebrity entrance, that he was being surveilled by Gavin DeBecker's employees standing online with all the rest of the audience? Isn't that correct?
Exactly.
And that after that, he was seen filing into the concert hall along with all the rest of the audience. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
So he did not inexplicably miss her. He simply stood online and went in with everyone else. Isn't that correct?
my understanding was that he was waiting outside for her to appear and then went in. But perhaps that story has not come to me correctly. I thought he was waiting outside to see her.
Well, I'm going to show you a report that I believe is probably one of the ones you've seen in the course of your Department of Justice project. And here's one, and this is a typed version of the Ralph Now letter concerning the event. And here's the report from Gavin DeBecker Incorporated that documents some of the surveillance concerning that event. And I want to give you a chance to pause and read that for a minute.
This doesn't even look like the same incident that I was recounting. I don't know.
You were discussing a concert by a female artist whose name I will not mention in court if you prefer, sir, in Los Angeles that Ralph Now attended, correct?
Right.
There is a listing in some of those documents of all of the public events that Ralph Now attended, and that is the only one that appears to have occurred in Los Angeles, in which he went to a concert to observe a female artist in performance. So I can't think of any others. Can you?
No, I can't. I mean, assuming it's the same one. But I don't see in what you've handed me, perhaps I'm looking at the wrong part, there's a description here of his approaching the stage once he's inside. I don't see where it talks about what he did while he was outside.
Actually, it says, it begins saying that the subject, Ralph Now, was observed going through the turnstiles at the Universal Amphitheater by ML and myself. All right, so that's his entry into the building,
Right?
going through the turnstiles. Okay, then you indicated in your testimony, sir, what I believe what you indicated in your testimony is that, at least what I got from it, is that he was standing by the celebrity entrance, and that while waiting for her, he inexplicably missed her by turning around and going inside.
I didn't say anything about celebrity entrance. The way I always understood it was that he waited outside so that he could see when she appeared. Wherever he stood, I don't know, but expected to see her show up in a limousine and exit, or in some other way to be able to see the arrival of this particular celebrity. And that he gave up and went inside before, in fact, she had arrived, when he might have seen her otherwise. That was my understanding of it. This says he went inside. I agree, he went inside. Then there is an incident here that I did not recall of his moving toward the stage.
Let me get to that with questioning so it's clear to the court what we're talking about. You testified that you said when the performer was just about to take the stage, you testified that Ralph now got up and went and got something to drink and missed her, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
But as that document shows, that is not in fact what occurred, that he actually got up, walked towards the stage after she came on stage, was escorted back to his seat by Gavin DeBecker's employees, and after sitting in his seat and watching her for 10 minutes, then he got up and left the building entirely, not just for something to drink, but simply left. Isn't that what that document reflects, sir?
Well, it says he moved toward the stage while she was there. That is not part of my recollection. It then says that they found it necessary to physically remove him from the area and direct him back to a seat. There's another paragraph where it says 10 minutes into the show, perhaps into her performance, I don't know, that he left his seat and exited the building. So I don't see anything here about going out for refreshments.
Okay. And isn't it also...
You do see that he approached the stage apparently while she was there, is that correct?
Yes.
On the stage. You think that reflects ambivalence?
No, I don't. I think that reflects a different concept of the incident than the one I recall.
Well, what you recall, obviously you weren't there.
That's right.
Where did you get your information? If I don't want you to reveal anything
No,
that
there's no risk
would
there.
jeopardize anything, but insofar as you can, tell us where you got your information.
I thought I got it from Ralph's letters, though I see from a portion of a report prepared by one of my staff members that he doesn't say it in that particular excerpt. And the only other place I could have gotten it was from verbally from Gavin DeBecker. But I may be mistaken in my recollection of the incident.
I have here a letter, handwritten, that appears to be the letter pertaining to the event we're discussing from Ralph Now. His writing is not easy to read, so I'm not going to ask you to go through all this now unless you desire to do so. You do have the typed version there that seems to be, I'm sorry, Doctor, the one here, that seems to be the relevant portion of his letter, does it not?
Well, this one, he thought she'd been replaced by an imposter.
Mm-hmm.
Is that from this letter?
I believe it is, sir. I believe it is. I'll leave this here in case you want to look at it. But it would indicate then, would it not, Doctor, that rather than getting up to get a drink when she actually appeared on stage, he approached the stage, was escorted back to his seat, watched for 10 minutes, determined that it must have been an imposter, and left the building completely.
I can't account for it. I'm either thinking of the wrong incident or wrong subject, or recollecting a story that was incorrect.
I'm holding a list numbered 1 through 11 of all of the approaches by Ralph Now. I'm going to hand you the list. And it was generated by Gavin DeBecker. And I see only one incident, and that is the one that I'm giving you the reports on, that at all relates to an appearance by a female celebrity in Los Angeles that was attended by Ralph Now. I want to let you look at that list to assure yourself that there is no other possible event that your testimony might have related to.
Yeah, could well be another case. You know, when you study 107 people who approach, some of them many times, there's a risk of getting the wrong case. And
Oh.
I apologize if I've got the name wrong.
All right. In any case, the event that you described does not bear any relationship in any material aspect then, as the facts do emerge, to the one that you were relating it to in July 1987 with the defendant. Is that correct?
That incident doesn't, but there are other Ralph Now incidents that do, and many from other stalkers.
Well, doctor, you see the list that I've just shown you. What other, let me put it to you this way. At the Los Angeles concert that you were referring to, Ralph Now was not carrying a knife or any weapon. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
And as a matter of fact, he did not evince any desire to harm the female performer at that event. Isn't that correct?
Right.
Now, let me ask you this. With respect to comparisons, doctor, let me go through a list of comparisons to John Hinckley. And this is not complete, but I just want to see if you concur. Number one, Hinckley indicated that he was not interested in working, and he basically wound up being underemployed as a busboy in a restaurant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the same would go for Bardo. He indicated in some school letters that he was not particularly interested in working. If you recall the one where he said he didn't want to have to mow lawns and earn the money. And then when he finally did take a job, he was also underemployed, and that was for Jack in the Box, correct?
Except he stayed employed at Jack in the Box.
But he quit and came back periodically, did he
That's right.
not?
Exactly.
Hinckley was also very socially withdrawn as an adolescent and did not date, correct?
Correct.
Same for the defendant.
Yes.
Hinckley had a desire for quick fame through music and playing the guitar and as a songwriter, is that correct?
Yes.
And so did the defendant.
Yes.
Hinckley had a number of suicide attempts that he claimed to have done, but never was hospitalized for. For example, the story about the Russian roulette, if you recall.
Yes.
The same with the defendant, is it not?
Yes.
Hinckley complained of insomnia, headaches, and weakness, as did the defendant in his school letters.
Insomnia and headaches, I recall. I don't recall about weakness, but I have no reason to doubt it.
We could scratch it off. Hinckley loved the Beatles and was very much affected by the murder of John Lennon, and he visited the Dakota's apartment also, did he not?
Yes, for
And
the
so did-
vigil.
I'm sorry,
For the vigil.
for the vigil. And the defendant, as we know, also did that, visited the Dakotas.
Yes.
Both of them were previously treated by psychiatrists, were they not?
Yes.
Both of them wrote letters to their intended targets, Hinckley to Jodie Foster, the defendant to Rebecca Schaeffer.
Depends on what one means by target, but Hinckley definitely wrote lots to Jodie Foster.
I stand corrected, but you know what I mean. Okay.
Yes.
In the Hinckley case, he also wrote a pre-offense letter to Jodie Foster telling of his plan to kill President Reagan an hour before he committed the act, did he not?
He wrote such a letter, yes.
He didn't send it though, did he?
That's right.
However, the defendant wrote and did send his pre-offense letter of intent to kill Rebecca Schaeffer to his sister Arlene 3 weeks before the murder, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 3 weeks or 2 weeks, and intent may put it a little strongly, but I think that that's about right.
The pre-offense letter that the prosecution believes indicates his intent to kill.
Yes.
That's the one she was told not to open until she was on the plane?
That's the one, Your Honor. In Hinckley, he used a gun with special bullets of his choice,
Yes.
and so did the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Hinckley took a bus to the assassination site, and so did the defendant.
Yes.
Hinckley studied
Well-
other assassinations.
Excuse me, I spoke too soon. I mean, the defendant walked much of the proximal approach. That is, if we were coding him for the research, we would have pointed out he took a bus for the long distance, but then he walked for some considerable distance to the actual site.
But he took a bus for most of it, did he not? From Tucson to Los Angeles and then Los Angeles to West Hollywood?
Wherever Santa Monica is, yes.
Okay. So most of the trip was by bus, was it not?
That's right.
Never clarified whether he went to the city of Santa Monica when he took the bus or to Santa Monica Boulevard.
As I understood him, I thought it meant Santa Monica Boulevard. Let me ask the doctor, is that what you understood, sir?
I thought it meant Boulevard, Street, or Avenue. I just didn't know which.
But the street as opposed to the city?
Yes.
Yes. Hinckley studied other assassinations, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant certainly studied other assassins, at least to the extent that he indicated in 84, he identified with Hinckley. Later on, he identified with Chapman. And after that, he did read about Jackson.
Yes.
And he specifically identified with Chapman, correct?
Yes.
Hinckley, on the day of the crime, when he first saw President Reagan, did not shoot and then waited for a better opportunity when he did shoot, correct?
Yes.
And there was a half an hour between those two approaches. Is that correct?
Approximately.
The defendant, when he first saw Rebecca Schaeffer on July 18th, 1989, did not shoot her, but did return half an hour later and did shoot her.
He returned. I thought the duration was somewhat longer, but I'm not sure of the time.
In his statements to the police, or didn't the defendant indicate to both Tucson and Los Angeles police that it was a half an hour in between the visits?
And I believe that someone states the evidence in that the evidence presented at the prosecution phase of the trial indicated to phone records and to testimony of their own witnesses that the duration was approximately an hour and a couple of minutes after that.
Well, it's a question of fact, and I don't have before me the statement to the Tucson police yet, so
So we do have
this is cross-examination, and the doctor has said he thought it was closer to an hour, so I think we have an answer from the doctor. This is not the presentation of evidence, and at this point, at least, I fail to see the significance of the difference between an hour and a half an hour anyway. And that's a comment I'll address to both of you. And if there is some significance, please feel free to develop it, either one of them.
It might just be a perfectionist thing, Your Honor. I'll move on.
Right.
There's some period of time between the two approaches, is that correct?
Yes.
In both cases, both Hinckley and the defendant's pre-offense demeanor was described as calm by surrounding witnesses.
In the case of Hinckley, yes.
You're not familiar with the testimony in this case concerning the witness's perceptions of his demeanor?
I am. I wouldn't characterize it as calm. I thought he was bobbing up and down, patting the bag with his hand, behaving weirdly, walking strangely, stooped forward, not making eye contact, looking like an oddball.
That was how you characterized what the neighbors testified to.
That's
That's
what,
how you perceived their testimony?
yes, that's my understanding.
All right. But what about his sister's testimony in which she indicated he appeared to be calm?
On the phone, yes.
All right. Hinckley indicated he too wavered and was undecided until moments before he committed the act. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the defendant claims the same thing.
yes.
Hinckley was,
That is still restating the evidence. I'm not sure as to what point in time she's referring to Robert Bardo wavering.
I think she said, we're talking about Hinckley just before the act, so I presume she's making a comparison. But at any rate, it's clear now, isn't it?
yes, you understood that I meant just before the crime, did you not?
Yes.
Hinckley appeared very interested in the media attention that he was getting. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And the defendant, through statements that he made to the police officers at Tucson, at the very least, would indicate that he was also very interested in the attention the media was paying to his case.
yes,
Hinckley, you saw as being realistic about the likelihood of a relationship with Jodie Foster in indicating that he saw himself as just a little twerp.
yes,
Okay. The defendant referred also to himself as just a little fan or a pesky little fan in his letters and statements, correct?
yes,
Both Hinckley and the defendant got attached to their respective female interests through the media of television and movies. Is that correct?
yes,
Their last letters written, by that I mean the defendant's letter to his sister Arlene, the defendant Hinckley's letter to Jodie, were both coherent and well organized in terms of being able to be understood.
yes,
Both of them had prior abortive assassination attempts. Hinckley, with respect to walking around Blair House with the gun in his pocket, contemplating the shooting of Jodie Foster and himself, and the defendant when he went to the studios in 1987 with a knife.
I wouldn't call either an attempt, but there is that parallel between them of those behaviors.
Both were diagnosed with depressive dysthymia at some point, is that correct?
Yes,
As a matter of fact, that is how you diagnosed Hinckley, isn't that correct?
that was one of the diagnoses.
Right. There was also narcissistic personality disorder and schizoid personality disorder. Was there another one?
Yes, one more.
Okay, you tell me. What was it?
It was mixed personality disorder with, I believe it was passive-aggressive, borderline, and perhaps one other kind of traits. I don't recall.
All of which were basically personality disorders, correct?
That's right.
All right. None of which were psychotic in nature, as I understood your testimony.
Correct.
You found both Hinckley and the defendant very eager to discuss themselves and their cases with you?
Yes.
Hinckley, in fact, watched Jodie Foster movies repetitively. In fact, Taxi Driver, a full-length 2-hour movie, he watched 15 times.
There were varying accounts, but he watched it repetitively.
You found that both kept diaries. The defendant's apparently was destroyed, but both of them did keep diaries.
Hinckley claimed to have destroyed his too, but he claimed he had produced one.
So you never saw Hinckley's either.
No one did.
And both sold their possessions shortly before the crime, Doctor?
Yes.
And both read and brought Catcher in the Rye to the crime scene with them.
Yes.
There are more, but that's enough to demonstrate that there is a striking similarity between the two, is there not?
Between those two and others.
More than
yes.
enough.
Now, you did not ascribe Hinckley's failure to shoot President Reagan on the first approach on the day of the crime to ambivalence, did you?
No.
In fact, in that case, you concluded that his failure to follow through on his plan reflected the fact that he had failed to be adequately psyched up for it. He didn't have the nerve yet. Is that correct?
That's what he said.
Okay. And in that case, Doctor, during the course of your interviews with Hinckley, did you describe to him, as you did to this defendant, a situation like that with Ralph now, in which you thought the keynote was ambivalence?
I don't think so, no.
And in that case, then, well, let me ask you this. According to your notes and your testimony thus far, you never raised the possibility during your interview with this defendant that his failure to act might simply have been due to the fact that he, too, had not yet worked up the nerve to commit the crime.
No, I didn't.
But failure to have worked up the nerve yet is another possible explanation for his failure to shoot her on the first occasion, is it not, Doctor?
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to
Doctor, could that the first visit, is it conceivable that that was yet another effort to assure himself that she really lived in that building?
Could be.
Right. Good.
Let me get back to that later, Doctor. I'm going to jump into something else now. The defendant told you that he lied to Tucson police when he told them he'd thrown the gun down in the alley, didn't he?
Yes.
And he likewise told you he'd lied to Los Angeles police about that same point, didn't he?
Yes.
And he also told you that he lied to both Tucson and Los Angeles police because when he said that the shooting was accidental, did he not?
He didn't call it a lie, I don't think, but he made it plain that he hadn't told them the truth about it.
He said he was not completely truthful with them. Is that a more accurate description of what he said? And we may deduce from that that it was a lie.
I do.
Okay. And the reason he gave for those lies was that he wanted to protect his brother Ed, who had purchased the gun for him because he, the defendant, was underage.
Yes.
The defendant told you then in that regard that when he was first taken into Pima County Jail, he repeatedly asked about whether Ed would be charged with the crime, didn't he? I believe it was on the videotape.
I knew that. I think I knew it from something else besides the interviews with the defendant.
And how was that?
I think he says it in the statements to the police. He's wondering if Ed's in trouble. Perhaps I don't have a clear recollection of this.
Well, there's only about 5,000 pages of material in this case, Doctor. Let me ask you this. I actually have the statements made by the defendant to police. What I should do is let you review those because I have them right here. And I'll come back to this area so that you can see. But for a moment, at this moment in time, you believe that you first heard mention of that by reading the police reports, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let us assume for a moment then that he was in fact saying that to the police when he was first arrested. Is Ed going to be charged? Is Ed going to be charged? Okay? We'll just assume that for our hypothetical now so we can move on.
All right.
If that's true, then when he was first arrested, he was the one that furnished them the information that the gun purchased by Ed was the one he used to kill Rebecca Schaeffer. Correct?
I don't know.
Well, I'm just asking this as a logical question. I'm not asking you for a factual determination. But logically speaking, Doctor, if he's arrested by the police and he keeps asking them at that time whether or not Ed's going to be charged, one may deduce from that he has told them that Ed illegally bought him the murder weapon. May one not?
If we're dealing with rational thought processes, that would seem the most logical inference.
Well, even irrational ones, Doctor. Why is he asking the police if Ed's going to be charged unless he's already told them Ed did something to be charged for? I mean, we're talking, this is not high-level functioning we're talking about here. This is a very logical thing. If he's asking the police, why is he going to be charged? Is he going to be charged? He's told them something that he believes he could be charged with, correct?
Well, or he thinks they know. In the same way he thought the LAPD SWAT team would swoop down and shoot him on sight while fleeing the scene, he thought that the police knew who he was, that they would focus on him. He attributed greater knowledge and speed to the police than is customary.
Which is unfortunate, but there was some reason for him to believe that SWAT might be there because he just committed a crime. I mean, there's reason to believe the police are going to arrest you when you commit a crime, is there not?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not, it may be slightly paranoid or maybe unrealistic in his expectations of the performance of the police, but it's not irrational to expect to be arrested after you commit a crime or shortly after you commit a crime.
It's not irrational, but his perception's colored by his being afraid at that point.
I understand that, and that's certainly not evidence of mental disorder to be afraid at that point, is it?
No, it isn't.
All right. At the time that he is arrested then, if he is telling them, is my brother Ed going to be charged? He has certainly told them something that he believes Ed could be charged for.
See, I don't know. I mean, maybe he did, and if he did, that's fine, and I'd be happy to agree that he did if they recorded it. But his protection of Ed comes from something deeper than that. The reason he's so protective of Ed, I think, is the greatest corroboration of the fact that Ed abused him. This man needs to be protective of this bizarre family because he has needed that family for so long. And instead of being able to recognize to himself, I'm in a crummy family, my parents ignore me, and my brother abused me, and my brother exploits me, he instead projects outward these concerns and denies that there's anything wrong with his family. That's why he's so protective of them. He can't admit that these objects on whom he relies are so bad.
Doctor, when you interviewed the defendant and asked him about his family, he told you very readily that his mother was paranoid, that she didn't trust his father, that she accused his father of cheating on her, that she behaved very emotionally and strangely, that his father was an alcoholic, that his brother abused him. How is that protective of his family, Doctor?
Well, he had not told people over the years all of the details of that, except grudgingly. He told me, because I think he told me quite a few things that he had, for the most part, kept to himself. That is, I think he revealed more to me than he had at other times.
May I ask the questions now? I don't want to destroy the rhythm of your questioning, but I'm very disturbed about something I see in a report. Doctor, I'm holding the Los Angeles Police Department report that is a summary of his statement. On page 8, I see a narration by the defendant of how this crime was supposed to have occurred. He says, I was holding the gun in the bag with my right hand, and I reached down to get the right letter. She saw the gun and started to scream. She started to close the door, and I felt a bump on my left arm. I heard a bang and saw her fall back. That is what he, in your opinion, concocted in order to protect his brother Ed. Is that correct?
No,
No?
that's not correct.
It's not correct. Isn't that a narration of the so-called accidental nature of the shooting?
I'd like to find the same page, Your Honor.
Page 8. That's Los Angeles Police
I
Department
have it, Your
statement at Tima County Jail.
I have it in front of me.
All right. Is that what the defendant concocted, in your opinion, to protect his brother Ed? By describing the shooting as accidental.
Describing the shooting as accidental, I think, was an effort, however misguided, to protect his brother Ed.
All right.
But I don't think these are the defendant's exact words.
Well, I'm not claiming that they are the exact words. You've heard the statement, have you not, that this is taken from?
No, to my knowledge, this was not recorded.
What makes you think that these are not the exact words or something that really summarizes rather accurately the exact words he used?
It may accurately summarize it, Your Honor, but I know that Robert Bardo couldn't speak this well.
Your Honor, maybe perhaps we should ask for some sort of a stipulation, or I don't think that it's ever been represented that those contain the exact verbatim words of Robert Bardo. There is a tape, and perhaps.
Frankly, Mr. Galindo, I don't think the exact words are important.
Well,
I think that what he said here was that the shooting was accidental because the door bumped his arm and the gun went off as he was reaching around in the bag.
I believe that there is some confusion in that there does exist an actual tape, audio tape of Robert Bardo's statements to Tucson Police Department.
All right, so why don't you tell me what you think it says?
Yeah, can I just interpose one thing to make it clear? On July 19th, when the defendant was very first taken into custody, there was a tape made of a statement by Tucson Police, and there's a transcript of that statement. On July 20th, just prior to his arraignment, another statement was taken, I think much lengthier, by Los Angeles Police, by the detectives who are in court now.
Right.
And it's very, very close to verbatim, according to what they have told me. They literally wrote as the defendant talked and asked him to pause so they could catch up.
The point is, the doctor has stated that on two occasions, one to the Tucson Police, one to LAPD, that he, the defendant, lied about how the crime occurred and said it was an accident. Do we all agree that that is what happened, that he said it was an accident?
Yes.
Do we agree, Mr. Galindo? So let's just forget about the exact wording of the police report, on page 8 of the police report, there is language, however accurate or not, that purports to ascribe the killing of Rebecca Schaeffer to an accidental means. In other words, the door hit his arm and the gun went off and she was killed. All right? And is that what he said that you say is concocted to protect his brother Ed?
That's what I say. He told me he lied about to protect his brother Ed.
All right. You don't believe it happened this way, do you?
I don't believe it happened this way, nor do I believe that the only reason for attempting to mislead the police is to protect Ed.
All right. And that's what I'm getting at. There must have been other reasons. As a matter of fact, on page 5, before he talks about how it happened, doesn't he say, I went to Jensen's gun shop with my brother Edward to buy a 9mm. When I got there, the gun had already been sold. I saw two .357 Magnums there in the display case, and they were only $185, so I asked my brother to get it for me to shoot within the desert. Hadn't he already incriminated his brother Ed insofar as his brother could be incriminated at the time he made the statement about the accidental shooting?
Perhaps not as much as he could eventually incriminate him, but he had incriminated him.
All right, and is there some other way that his brother is involved in this killing that I haven't heard about, that he might have been protecting him from?
Only the brother's knowledge of where he was going.
Well, his brother knew where he was going, his mother knew where he was going, his sister knew where he was going, everybody knew where he was going. The location. Is that what you think one of the reasons for concocting this story was?
No, sir.
All right. You said that one of the purposes for concocting this story was to protect his brother Ed. What are the other reasons for concocting this story?
To protect himself.
All right. So when he first talked to the Tucson police, one of his motives was to protect himself, as well as when he talked to the LAPD. Is that correct?
I think so.
All right, thank you. Proceed.
Then when he told you, sir, that he said that to protect his brother Ed, he was lying to you.
He wasn't telling me the whole truth.
All right.
No, just a moment. Please answer the question. That is a direct lie, is it not? He later told you that he took the gun out of the bag and said something to the effect, here's something I forgot to give you too, or something like that, and then proceeded to shoot her. Isn't that a far cry from a bump on the arm with a door?
His eventual story, which didn't involve taking it out of the bag, was different from the bump on the arm. Yes, sir.
Didn't involve taking out of the bag?
No, sir.
We did shoot through the bag?
Through the bag.
Oh, right.
You're also aware, are you not, that on the list of things to do that we recovered from the envelope in the attic, that there was a line saying scratch out serial number?
Yes.
Then, if he was interested in protecting his brother Ed, obviously, even if the gun were found, it could not have been traced.
If he did that.
If he did that. We will never know, of course, because the gun indeed was never found, was it?
Correct.
And he even lied about where he disposed of the gun, didn't he?
Yes.
Now, as a practical matter as well, Doctor, when you claim that the gun went off by accident, and because the door banged your arm, your left arm, and it caused your right hand to discharge the gun, if the gun is found, there might be some tests that could be conducted that might refute that story, might there not? As a practical matter.
I suppose he could think that.
And might he not also have thought that with respect to the story about trying to pull the trigger and it not working when he attempted to commit suicide, as he claims after the murder, he might have also thought that if the gun was found, that might be refuted as well. Isn't that true?
Perhaps.
Now, the defendant also told you that he lied to Dr. Stahlberg, did he not?
He implied that he either had or might have.
Okay. He indicated some uncertainty to you about that, but there's the possibility that he indicated to you that he had lied to Dr. Stahlberg.
Yes,
And he told you that when he may have lied to Dr. Stahlberg, he said, among many other things, that he had indeed been thinking about killing Rebecca Schaeffer when he went back the second time. Did he not?
yes,
He claimed that he lied about that, or may have lied about that, to Dr. Stahlberg because Dr. Stahlberg upset him by talking about Rebecca Schaeffer's boyfriend and the fact that she had been to see her grandfather the night before. Do you recall that statement by the defendant?
I remember his saying he got upset because it was reference to Rebecca Schaeffer having a boyfriend. I didn't remember that he tied the visit to the grandfather into that.
I remember him mentioning it, but perhaps he did not. So let's just say that the statement about the boyfriend is what he told you upset him enough to make a misstatement of fact to Dr. Stahlberg. Would that be a fair,
Yes.
accurate? Okay. Now, you never did talk to Dr. Stahlberg about that interview, is that correct, sir?
That's right. We didn't know if he would be testifying or not.
Okay. Then I take it then also that you have not reviewed any reports made by Dr. Stahlberg concerning that interview.
Correct.
So you knew that the defendant had been seen by a psychiatrist shortly after the murder, and that the defendant had told him a story that, or may have told him a story that conflicted in very important ways with what he had told you. And you did not ever check up with Dr. Stahlberg to find out what his impression of the defendant's veracity or credibility was at that time, did you?
Well, there was discussion of whether to do that, and in the end, the decision was that we wouldn't have contact.
So the answer is no.
Yes,
Considering it now, doctor, as you think about it, do you not think that the fact the defendant may have lied as to critical aspects of the case on an extremely important indicator as to whether is an extremely important indicator as to whether or not you should rely on statements that he made to you?
I think it is.
And not to mention the fact that, of course, he has, at least we might infer that he has admitted to lying to another psychiatrist in a previous clinical exam concerning this very case. That would be a
Yes.
fairly important indicator to you, would it not?
Yes, it is.
Now, it's fairly standard practice to advise the defendant that his statements to you remain confidential unless you're called to testify. Is that correct?
Yes, you're right.
And you do that so the defendant knows that there's a choice in the matter. And if your report is favorable to him, he can have you take the stand, and there's no confidentiality. Or if your report is unfavorable, he can decline to call you as a witness, in which case his statements remain confidential, correct?
Only when I'm seeing someone on behalf of the defense.
That's right. Excuse me. Correct. Let me confine all of these questions to when you are working for the defense. And that way we won't have any problem. But so far, correct.
Yes,
Okay. As a matter of fact, that played a part in why you did not ultimately choose to speak to doctors, or perhaps a better word would be, why you did not ultimately speak to Dr. Stahlberg or review any report by him in this case. Is that correct?
no,
If you had read his report or spoken to him in this case, upon cross-examination, his observations and conclusions would then be fair game for cross-examination, would they not?
yes,
So his conclusions would be revealed to me through the questioning process if you had spoken to him. Is that correct?
to the extent I knew the answers, yes.
Yes. Now, at the time that Dr. Stahlberg interviewed the defendant, when the defendant told him he may have told him he'd gone back to the door the second time intending to kill her, the defendant had just been arrested and he was still in Arizona, correct?
I'm sorry, would you repeat this?
Yes, if I can. At the time,
Read the
oh,
question.
yes.
All right, can we read the question?
I missed it.
Question, yes. Now, at the time that Dr. Stahlberg interviewed the defendant, when the defendant told him he may have told him he had gone back to the door the second time intending to kill her, at the time he had just been arrested and he was still in Arizona, correct? Answer, I am sorry, would you repeat that?
I don't understand the question.
Neither do I. I'm going to repeat it.
All right, good.
Trying it. At the time Dr. Stahlberg interviewed the defendant and got the statement we've been referring to, the defendant had just been arrested and he was still being held in Arizona, correct?
That's what I understood.
I think then Dr. Stolberg went back to Arizona and talked to him. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. Is that your understanding, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay. He didn't yet know exactly what charges would be filed, is that correct?
I have no idea.
I mean the defendant.
I don't know.
To the best of your knowledge, at the moment that the defendant spoke to Dr. Stahlberg for the first time in Arizona, had he, as far as you know, had he seen any reports of witnesses' statements?
I literally have no idea what he may have seen or thought then.
Well, let me ask you something as a hypothetical. To the best of your knowledge, with your experience as a forensic psychiatrist in the criminal arena, do defendants usually come into possession of arrest reports and witness statements on the first day or two of their incarceration after the crime?
No.
Usually it takes some period of time before they get into seeing police reports, witness statements, and things of that nature. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. In this particular case, as I understand it, Dr. Stahlberg was flown out to see him within a day or two after his arrest. Is that your understanding, sir?
Soon, but I don't know if it was within a day or two.
In any case, based upon your experience, sir, would it be fair to state that you would not expect the defendant to have been able to see any witness reports or arrest reports at that time?
That's right.
All right. Certainly he had not heard any witnesses testify at that point at any preliminary hearing, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's assume the following hypothetical, Doctor. After the interview with Dr. Stahlberg, the charges were filed in Los Angeles. A preliminary hearing was held in which many prosecution witnesses were called to testify. And then in 1990, the defense brought a motion to dismiss the special circumstance of lying in wait. And the defendant was present at that hearing. And at that hearing, the prosecution laid out its entire theory concerning the lying in wait allegation, explaining that the gravamen of the charge was concealment of purpose. Assume all of that for your hypothetical. Wouldn't you agree, Doctor, that your interview with the defendant and the results of his earlier testing and school performance would indicate that the defendant certainly was able to understand from listening to all that exactly what evidence the prosecution relied on to prove lying in wait?
He'd be able to understand a great deal of that correctly.
So that when he heard, especially during the presentation of arguments pertaining to the dismissal motion of the defense for the lying in wait charge, when he heard those arguments, sir, and he maybe even read my motion for all we know, and undoubtedly discussed the motion with his lawyer, isn't it very reasonable to surmise that the defendant realized how his earlier statement to Dr. Stahlberg had incriminated him for the charge of lying in wait?
Either realized or feared that it may have. That's possible.
No. And in fact, there is a letter he wrote to Robert Cleves. I will pull it out and mark it at the break, Your Honor. For now, it has not yet been. I'm going to show it to the witness just for speed's sake. You've seen the letter by the defendant, Robert Cleves, have you not?
Yes.
Okay. The one I'm referring you now to, sir, is numbered with 3 at the top. I didn't do those numbers, okay? But this is for your identification when you want to review your materials. In this letter, I am turning to what is labeled here as page 3. I'm going to quote from the letter, sir. You read along with me. Quote, I'm facing the death penalty, parentheses, 187-A-PC, that's capital P, capital C, close parentheses, for first-degree murder, the special circumstance, lying in wait, parentheses, concealment of purpose, close parentheses. You
Yes.
see that? All right. With respect to that statement, sir, it would seem to indicate that he did understand what, in fact, he had witnessed at the hearing on the motion to dismiss the special circumstance of lying in wait, would it not?
Well, at least that he knew what he was charged with.
Yes. With respect to those words, concealment of purpose, sir. Are you familiar with the California laws or statutes?
Not well enough to do this.
Okay, fine, I won't ask you about
All right. Then, but bearing all that in mind, what we've established thus far, after all of the events that we've described in the hypothetical concerning the charges being filed, the witnesses being presented, the arguments being made concerning the evidence and the law, knowing that his statement to Dr. S may fully incriminate him as to the lying in wait special circumstance, did you give any thought to the possibility that the defendant knew that he had to tell you he lied to Dr. Stahlberg because he wanted to eliminate a statement that would clearly prove him guilty for lying in wait? Did you consider that?
Yes.
All right. Wouldn't you agree, sir, that the defendant's statement admitting he went back a second time to kill Rebecca Schaeffer would lend considerable weight to the charge of lying in wait?
I think that calls for a legal conclusion.
Perhaps we can frame it in a way that will not.
Well,
If
legal conclusions are permissible in this context. It's just the only reason I interposed my 2 cents worth when you were getting into that is that a legal conclusion as to the defendant's legal state of mind at the time the crime was committed is inadmissible. But there's nothing in the law to prevent this. Now, the doctor may very well refuse to answer legal questions, and that's his prerogative, but the question is proper.
Yeah.
Perhaps if you tell me this is correct, doctor, are you?
Yeah. The witness doesn't get to object to the question. That is a legal objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. But the witness doesn't get to object to the question. That's not how you do that.
Are you feeling like I'm pulling you into giving us a legal exposition of the law of lying in wait by my question?
it. Is that what you're uncomfortable with?
Yes, because I don't want to go where I'm not qualified to go.
Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Let me break it down and make it less legal in its terminology.
Let's take a break. The secretary is here, and I need to see Dr. Markman a moment.
Okay. Where are we? Part 13. Oh my God. Oh my God. Part 13. We got 2 more parts. No. 13, 14, 15. 3 parts. Ugh. This man is insufferable. But Marcia's like, she did say once to the judge, because he was like, okay, move on. And she's like, it's my perfectionism. Whatever. Jeez, whatever, Marcia. Okay, guys, I'm sorry we got a late start today. We could have done so much more, but I think we got a big chunk done today. It does get boring when you've got the same witness on the stand for day after day after day after day. I'm supposed to decorate the Christmas tree. This is the latest we've ever put up a Christmas tree, y'all, but I've got a headache. I don't know. I thought when I fell, because I fell completely on my back. Like, I was standing this way, but my foot, like, buckled, and then I kind of turned and fell right on my back. And I thought I had kept from hitting the back of my head. But I guess I did hit it because I have a headache now and my neck hurts. But when I got up a while ago, I did a neuro check on myself. I went in the dark bathroom and I took a flashlight and checked my eyes and everything. So I don't have a concussion. There are advantages to being a nurse. I don't have to go to the hospital. I don't have a concussion. I just have a headache. So I guess I did hit the back of my head, but I won't go to sleep, I promise. You don't have to worry about me. I guess I just either hit the back of my head or twisted my neck or something. I don't know. But unless I feel better, there won't be Christmas tree ornaments on the tree tonight either. I'm gonna put an ice pack on my neck or heat or something and lay down. I don't know. But so tomorrow we have Brian Walsh's sentencing, but I don't know what time. So as usual, Judy will keep track of that for me. And she will text me later and say the Walsh's sentencing is at such and such a time. But no, I'll check and see if they've already got a thumbnail up for it on one of the trial channels. And we will watch Bardo until the sentencing. And I imagine, because she had a lot of friends. She only had her mom and her sister, but she had a lot of friends. So I imagine it's gonna be a long sentencing. So that's on the agenda for tomorrow. And I'm sorry this camera is making it look like I'm not looking at you again, but I am. I'm looking at you. Well, you know what I mean. I'm looking at the computer. Okay, guys. I will see you in the morning at 8 for more of this doctor. Hopefully we'll be done with him soon. And then the sentencing of Brian Walsh. So be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great evening. See you in the morning. Bye.